Hello, Hero. Hello, Stone. Hello. How are you? How are you? Hi. Yeah. Vibrates. Hi. Hi, Hero. uh, it feels weird streaming on a Wednesday. I haven't streamed it on a Wednesday in a while. Well, I have to allocate time for the 2 points. Oh, for Zenless. God, I forgot that was happening this week, which is so. And I'm so ashamed in myself because, like, this is the patch Hugo's rerunning too. Like, I should have known this. And I'm like, Tony is posting story spoilies and gods. I need to play. Me too. No, I'm gonna do it. I'll do it. I do it next week. I do next week. I do next week. Purely out of give us Mood some time to get some funds for her vampire boyfriend. Okay, give us Mood some time. Let me allocate some. Let me allocate some funds so I can try and get M1. Okay. Wifey. You know, and I realized I went to back to his like hangout profile and stuff. I realized I probably haven't seen that scene that he says that because I leveled him up to rank 4 but just by stalking him around Luminia Square. I didn't do a lot of his invitation stuff. Like, there's a lot I haven't unlocked. I just stalked him. I just stalked him to get into rank 4. I think I did it. I did it like twice, and then I just stalked him. To be fair, I did that to Vivian too. So she also got to rank 4 in like 2 days. Mockingbird is not safe for me. Counter stalker. Yeah, when she stalks us, that's fair game. Counter stalker. I lost the 50-50. Oh no! Who did a thing before stream? I figured out how to get my quick actions on my OBS. So now I don't have to do it from my phone. I can do it from OBS now. My model won't freeze when I go to start the raid. Isn't that fun? I figured a thing out that I didn't know I could do. You didn't know how to do that? Nope, didn't know I could do that. Figured that out like 10 minutes ago and did that before stream. I tried. It's fine. Get Chungong. Get Guangong. Okay. I need the gotcha to be nice to me so I can get more Hugo. Never change. Okay. Hi, Asian guy. Sorry, I'm talking to everybody else. Hi. Hi, Asian guy. Welcome. Hi. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. I will do that. Hi, Bright. My boyfriend just didn't want to come home, and I can't help that. I want to guarantee Gong instead of using it on Hugo. That's fair. That's so fair. I don't blame you at all. Like, I'm gonna still do, because I'm on 50-50 as well. So it's like, I'm gonna keep going. So I'm gonna hope I win and get, like, at least one and extra Hugo. But if I don't, I'll probably do the same. Honestly. Because the Nomad, you pay for not filling Hugo? Nah. You can pull him, don't pull him. I don't care either way. I will spread the Hugo propaganda, sure, but if you don't pull him, I have no control over that, and it's not that big of a deal. Yes, you did try. There is always next time. Void Hunter takes priority, that's fair. Ugh, excuse me, I am so sorry. Still mad Banyue is only around for 12 days? What? That's crazy, is he really? Oh, you really doesn't like men? The round for December 17th to December 29th. Wow. That is really short. That's insane, actually. Look, I don't know if I'll pull Banyue, but it's like there's plenty of people who really like him that fun fact he leaves on my birthday. Damn. I'm gonna be gone while he's running. Yes. God damn. Happy early. One. Oh my god, Asian guy! You have less than a week! Just subbed. What else is so that you have Sorry, I've been stuck in a truck for almost 12 hours. Literally, my gift sub ended today, so this is funny. Hey, perfect. Look at that. Good timing. I release my phantom stress by throwing money at you, man. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ah. Okay. Ah! Ah! Bald! I know. I've been balded. I'm emboldened. Anyways, okay. Yay, we're back here. Okay, I don't... Yes, we're in like a... Yes, okay. Yay! Yeah, but yeah, my birthday money is partly going towards me getting in M2 R1 Shunguang. That's fair. I would also do that. Yeah, maybe one of these... Nah, M6. Maybe one of these years if Hugo, oh well, it'll rerun around my birthday, then I'd probably do that too. Hugo is the one I main, so it's like I don't think I would care a lot about getting Mindscapes for any other character I already have, if I'm being entirely honest. Because he's just the character I use most. Okay, we play now. We play now. Yeah! To be honest, I think guaranteeing Shunguang is better because I already have a good Ice TBS. That's fair. Yeah. My Ice DPS to Miyabi? Yeah. Yeah. Pulled for love meta. Yeah. Miyabi is still kind of meta though, right? She's still really good. She's been good. I don't think I've ever heard that Miyabi, like, is bad now. So probably guaranteeing Shunguang is probably the better outcome. Yeah. Miyabi is still carrying my ass. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, my Miyabi has been in the basement ever since I got Yuko. I like his playstyle way more than hers. I'm gonna be so honest. Tier 0? What does that mean? Wait, this is a term I don't know. What does that mean? That's the highest tier? Oh. I see, I see. Okay, I got it. Yeah, so like I said, yeah, she is still really good. That doesn't surprise me. Just use the highest tier on the side I use. Got it. Tier 5 is the lowest? So is there 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Is that how it works? The only units in tier 0 are Miyabi and Yishuan? Interesting. Okay. I play game now. Let's read it. The next few days passed in with such an intolerable slowness that Mike felt as though she had been imprisoned by Magdalena's abode for a small eternity. It was hard for Mike to know the precise length of her incarceration, for she had no calendar to consult. She did not even know what a precise hour it was. The carriage clock in her dusty morgue of a bedroom being frozen for all perpetuity, and 10 minutes past midday or midnight. During these dreary days, Mike fell into something of a routine. She awoke with the chirping of the birds when shafts of sunlight were beginning to sneak through the gaps in her curtains, cutting golden grooves against the aged carpet. Upon waking, Mige would discover a tray left on her bedside, laden with tea and pastries. Her breakfast always came with a brief, imperative note, written in Magdalena's now familiar hand. Eat. Mike had consumed her breakfast, then has set about her ablutions. Some of these words are weird. She washed her face in the basin and her hair, then changed from her nightgown into one of the many dresses Magdalena had kindly bequeathed to her. After dressing, Mike would try the door handle, Though with little hope, it was always locked. Left with little else to do, Mike whiled away her days reading. She devoured book after book as a starving man might a plate of warm, nourishing pie. Nothing was off limits for Mike, from chilling horror tales to sweeping romances, historical accounts, traveling guides, philosophical tracts to collections of poetry. Mike did not much care what she read, so long as it eased the drudgery of her waking hours. While reading, Mike was freed from her boredom, and worst of all, her worries about Henny and her own looming fate which dwelt beyond it. During the day, Mike's hostess was conspicuously absent, doubtless sleeping in her own chamber, protected from the sunlight. It wasn't until night fell that Magdalena put in an appearance in Mike's chamber, her hands laden with Mike's dinner. Magdalena sat upon Mike's bed to observe her while she ate, and from time to time she would talk, her voice light and lilting, and almost sweet. Magdalena and Mike asked Mike about the books she had been reading. And though Mike had been initially reluctant, she soon found herself responding. Part of Mike feared if she did not talk, her vocal cords would begin to rust from disuse, much like the keyhole that sealed her windows shut. She would needed some opportunity to speak aloud, to assure herself that she was still alive despite all of the odds. In time, too, Mike found that she was not speaking to Magdalena solely from a sense of obligation. Magdalena's company was not entirely unpleasant, but she tactfully chose not to remind Mike of her plans to eat her, that was. Can your vocal cords actually rust? No, but you can, like... If you don't talk for a really, really long time, and, like, a really, really long time, it's just, like... It can be painful to use it as your... use your voice again if you go, like, a really long time without, talking. So it's like, it's a figure of speech, but it's like, yeah. I think you can injure your vocal cords if you don't use them enough. And then try to use them after a really long time. So it's like, it's a figure of speech, but I think that is like somewhat a thing that can happen. I've just never heard of your vocal cords rusting was all. Yeah. There's a lot of like figures of speech like that in this game. There's a lot of things that sound weird. Magdalena had not spoken of drinking Mike's blood for several days, however. It seemed as though she had forgotten all about it, content instead to play at being a hostess. Mike had once feared Magdalena, but as the days passed, her anxiety began to wane. It was hard work being on edge all the time. Magdalena was so unfailingly polite, Mike sometimes caught herself wondering whether they might have been friends, and had they met under other circumstances. But Mike would catch Magdalena's gaze and see once more how her red eyes were as red as violence, and she would start. Magdalena had not killed her yet, but she surely would. Someday soon, perhaps. She would tire of talking about Goethe and Schlegel and Eckermann, and then she would show her true colors. She would take Mike's jaw betwixt her gloved fingers, then bring her teeth to Mike's throat. Then she would bite and she would drink. Mike's blood would be drained from her body until she turned cold, and numb and still and insensible. How could they ever hope to be friends under such circumstances? They could not even be acquaintances. It was unthinkable that anything could develop between them. There was nothing but a captor and captive, a jailer and prisoner. Mike was at Magdalena's mercy, but sometimes, when Magdalena spoke to her, Mike thought she could detect something in her gaze when she spoke, not of bloodlust, but of loneliness. It was during times like these that Mike thought they mightn't have been so very dissimilar after all. It was later that night that Magdalena paid a visit to Mike, when the sun had set and the sky beyond Mike's bedroom window was black as pitch. Magdalena looked unusually apologetic as she let herself into Mike's room, with a light shuffling of footsteps and the familiar click of the door which she locked behind her. After slipping the key into her pocket, she turned to face Mike and spoke. I think you know why I'm here. I have put this off for much too long as it is. Now it is time to take from you what I want. Magdalena inhaled and took a few steps forth, her red eyes heavy with the seriousness of the situation. I brought you here for purpose. It's past time I fulfilled it. I must confess, however, that I do not feel at all good about treating such a lovely young woman so roughly. Typically, I pursue bandits and highwaymen, brigands who deserve every iota of misfortune I inflict upon them. These are criminals, often petty crooks. Nobody would miss. I make the world a better place, or so I like to tell myself, by disposing of them. But I cannot tell myself in the same regards to you. Tell myself the same in regards to you. This is a first for me, so forgive me if I'm somewhat awkward. I have been unsure how exactly to proceed. But proceed I must. I only hope that you do not take it personally. I have no genuine desire to harm you. Then why do it? This question was so soft it seems to lose its way in Mike's darkened bedchamber. Part of Mike doubted it would reach Magdalena's ears, and indeed, it took the other woman a while to react, but react in time she did. I do it because I must. It is in my nature to cause others pain. Preying upon humans is simply what my kind must do if we wish to keep on living. Try not to worry overly, though, if you can help it. I'm not sadistic. I won't cause you any greater pain than I need to, and I won't kill you, either. There's more I wish to take from you yet, before I turn you into a corpse. Well, how nice! Magdalena drew back the curtains, and to better illuminate Mike's bedchamber with the moon's milky glow, then took a seat upon the edge of the bed. The vampire reached for Mike's arm, her gloved fingers slicing through the darkness. Her digits soon seized about Mike's wrist, a firm and immovable as steel. Her grip was hard, yet she was surprisingly gentle when she turned Mike's arm upwards to reveal the white skin of her palm and her wrist. Mike had always been pale, and yet she appeared even more so in the moonlight. Her skin was smooth and as the interior of a conch shell, and Magdalena sighed to see it. You really are pretty. It almost seems a shame to mark your skin or sully it. But spoiling things is all I'm good for. At least you'll be able to hide your injuries beneath your sleeves come the morning's light. What? Mike looked at Magdalena, her expression uncomprehending. Magdalena was only inches apart from her. Their faces so close, Mike could see how Magdalena's eyelids trembled. Magdalena was devoid of all self-righteous pomp with which she usually conducted herself. She seemed contrite, guilty as a young child caught out by an angry parent. Mike felt for her, but still, she worried about her own fate. Did Magdalena mean to bite her? Surely she must. That was the whole reason behind her visit at so late an hour. Miki did not understand why Magdalena was examining her arm, however, like an antiquarian might inspect an old necklace. Aren't you, Miki swallowed. Aren't you going to drain my blood? Indeed, I must. Must I make my intentions so plain? Magdalena smiled, but her voice was dry when next she spoke. For all the books you read, your intelligence is nothing to boast about, Miki. I just thought I would clarify. I don't understand, though. What isn't there to understand? It's quite a simple process to comprehend, really. Observe. Magdalena reached for the table, then lifted up a strange silvery blade. Because I suppose she must have kept it upon her as an assassin might, with the blade sharp and silver in the moonlight. Magdalena pressed the blade of the knife inside Miki's arm, from a few inches below the bend of her elbow, then said, I'll cut you with this knife, and you will bleed. Then I will collect your blood in a dish I brought with me, for this very purpose. It is an unusual ritual, yes, but it is not complicated. Surely a well-bred young woman like yourself can comprehend it. I understand, but... Miki gasped, her breath catching in her throat as Magdalena pressed the knife's edge to her skin. Magdalena had not pressed it hard enough to lacerate her skin, not yet at least. The knife was hard and unyielding. The promise of pain made Miki shiver. I thought you would be biting me, not cutting me. Miki looked at Magdalena's mouth. Her fangs were obscured, hidden behind her pursed lips, but Miki had seen them often enough to know how sharp they were. Magdalena's teeth had been made to rend human flesh. Why then would she resort to use a knife? It seemed an unnecessary layer of obfuscation into the act of bloodletting. Perhaps it was to assuage Magdalena's guilt about what she was about to do, or perhaps... My. Magdalena smiled, her carmine lips splitting to reveal her wickedly sharp incisors. What is this, Miki? Do you wish for me to bite you? No, that isn't it. I don't wish it. Of course I don't. But I thought that was what vampires were supposed to do. Is that not what you are known for? I suppose we are, in all folk stories and legends. But I prefer to take a more pragmatic approach. Pragmatic? Magdalena nodded. It's much more practical to cut you. The wound will be easier to clean, and it will heal more quickly. It will be less painful, too. You'll thank me for my reticence, I'm sure, when we are finished here. If I were to sink my fangs into you, I fear I wouldn't be able to stop myself. Your blood smells so very sweet, I would be obliged to suck you dry. I would like things to last just a touch longer than that. You don't wish to be drained of all you have in one single session, do you? All of the build-up would be for naught then. Miki shook her head, shivering. I don't wish to be drained at all. I know you don't. I don't much blame you either. Here, Magdalena's good humor seemed to fail her. She sighed, her eyes half-lidded, the frown sliding from her face. It's like melting snow come the springtime. I don't much want to do this either. But I have no choice, as I said. This is what I must do as a vampire. I might defy our legends in some regards, but I am not wholly atypical of my kind. But I am still a monster in the end. Now, sit still and try not to squirm. I have no desire to make this more painful than it needs to be. Magdalena angled her hand so to press the blade of the knife more snugly to Miki's skin. Inhale deeply now. One big breath. Yes, just like that. There's a good girl. This will be over before you know it. Magdalena was good on her word, too. Miki had scarce inhaled, drinking in a lungful of stagnant air when Magdalena made her move. She drew the knife across the inside of Mike's arm, blade sinking deep into her skin. Ah! Mike exhaled, shocked, as sharp as the stinging sensation coursed through her. It was painful, yes, but not so painful as she had feared. Magdalena had been quick about her incision, and precise with it, her motions as well practiced as a surgeon's. Depositing the knife upon Mike's bedside, the blade of which tarnished with spilled blood, Magdalena then set a bowl beneath Mike's arm to collect her ill-gotten goods. The bowl was a shallow one, and a spoon was half full with blood, thick and viscous, and redder even than Magdalena's eyes. Mike watched as Magdalena drained her, but her breath caught in her throat. She could feel the pain. By God, it stung. Yet it had happened so suddenly, she scarcely registered it. She felt no sense of loss as Magdalena drained her, nor any real wrongdoing. She was shocked instead, too stunned to know how she ought to respond. Goodness. Magdalena sighed as she observed Mike's blood, which pooled in the bottom of the bowl like a profane offering to a pagan god. Blood is so very red, Mike, and it is so very pretty. I suppose I could try a drop or two myself to see whether it tastes as good as it looks. But no, I must abstain. That ought to be enough, for tonight at least. You bled well for me, Mike, and you bore your burden with the grace one might expect of a true noblewoman. You did not even scream, though I saw you wince. I ought to commend you for that. Men stronger than you have screamed when faced with far less. Magdalena set the bowl aside, along with the dirty knife, and drew her cloak protectively about her and her slender shoulders. Mike was afraid for a few moments that Magdalena meant to leave her already, her task fulfilled, but no. Magdalena rose, once again drawing shut the curtains, almost as if she could not bear to let the moon witness what pain she had wrought upon Mike. This completed, and she turned her attention to the basin which rested upon the writing desk. The basin was filled with water from earlier that morning, which Mike had used to wash her face, though it was cold by now. Magdalena drew from her pocket a handkerchief, which she dipped in the cool water in the basin. Then she turned back to Mike and introduced damp cloth to Mike's cut. Ah. Mike hissed to feel the fabric against her wound, and Magdalena replied with a small smile. Sorry, Mike, I know this hurts, but please try to bear it. It's for your own good. It would not do for your wound here if your wound were to be infected. Magdalena dabbed at Mike's wound as carefully as a nurse might, her head bowed. Mike watched her work, frowning, her skin tingling both at the pain and the unusual gentleness with which Magdalena was displaying. She did not know how Magdalena could touch her so carefully when, only a few moments prior, she had slid the blade of a knife into her flesh. It was an awful contradiction, one Mike did not understand at all. Why? Mike gasped while her cut stang, and she tried again, her voice barely more than a whisper. Why are you acting so kindly? It seems unusual for a vampire. It is unusual for a vampire, but I never professed to being like the majority of my kin. I hope I have not proven to be too much of a disappointment. I'm not disappointed, really. Oh good, I was starting to worry. I thought you might prefer something more traditional. A spell in the dungeon, perhaps, and a few broken bones. But I am confused. You say that you don't wish to harm me, but you do so regardless. It seems rather contradictory. Yes, you would be right there. It is a contradiction, but what can I do? My whole existence hinges upon such fallacies in logic. I am dead, yet I am also alive. I am a monster, but I still possess feelings. And though I must drink blood to survive, I do not truly wish to harm innocents, least of all you. It's quite the conundrum. I've had over a century to dwell about it, but I doubt you will have the same luxury. You humans aren't particularly durable. Mike certainly felt delicate as Magdalena cleaned her. Magdalena was being gentle, yet the brush of her fingertips made her shudder regardless. She simply could not help herself. Once satisfied that the bleeding had stopped, Magdalena drew back and deposited her handkerchief back into her pocket. Retrieving both the knife and the bowl of Mike's blood, which she had laid to rest upon her bedside table, she turned to the door. Now I must depart. Sweet dreams, my dear Mike, and if you are able to sleep, of course, after the excitement of the night. I hope you are able to, despite my rudeness. I wish I could say this would be the last time I demand so much of you, but... Somberly, Magdalena sighed. I do not want to lie to you or give you a false hope. That would be a cruelty not even I could perform without flinching. It was with this final remark that Magdalena finally departed. Mike watched from her bed, cradling her arm in her hand as she left the room, the door closing behind her with a thud. Mike listened as Magdalena's footsteps, feather light, receded from behind her bedroom door, then vanished altogether. Mike supposed should have felt relieved that Magdalena had gone, but it was quite the opposite. Her inner arm still stung, and her mind raced full of frantic thoughts. Her room felt quieter after Magdalena's departure, and for some reason it felt far, far lonelier. Here, hold on. Break to read chat. The poll during this patch though, because I still did a poll because I haven't used 180 yet. I'm home, gonna do some flips in the shower. Okay, yay! Asian guy's probably already gone to go shower, but yay! While Mike convalesced that night, wearied by Magdalena's visit, Magdalena herself could be found in a darkened bedchamber, sitting at the bedside of a shadowy figure. Magdalena held a bowl in both hands, which was full of a viscous, sticky liquid, dark red in actuality, but rendered almost black in the darkness. Here you are, my dear. I brought this for you. I do hope it is to your liking. It should be different from the blood of bandits, at least. The woman whom I took it from is very sweet. I would not be surprised if her blood is similarly sumptuous. You'll like it, I'm sure of that. I know you're hard to please, but not even you can turn your nose up at this. Please. Magdalena's voice wavered. She sighed and sadly she looked away. Drink it and be satisfied. I can't give you more than this. Not for tonight, at least. I fear I might have taken too much from her already. I don't want to hurt her, but... Magdalena inhaled. Her eyes, which were accustomed to the dark, narrowed, her red pupils roving over those of her charge. I would do it for you. For your sake, I would do anything for you. You mean the world to me. I just wish. Oh, I wish. Magdalena shivered as her beloved began to sup from the bowl she offered. Her head bowed, lips parted, like a hungry animal. I just wish it didn't have to be this way. Who's she talking to? Ah! Mike had suffered through the culmination of the past 2 weeks, but she was not unique in this. Henny too was suffering, albeit in a better circumstances than her poor mistress. Henny had been recuperating in Walter Gerhardt's home ever since her frantic escape from Magdalena's abode. She had spent the first week of her Thursday, lying abed the servants' quarters, unable to conceive of doing anything more strenuous than existing. The horrors she had witnessed during the nights of the bandits' attack had left her nigh on insensible, her body dull and laden. During this week, the local constabulary had arrived to ask Henny questions about all she had witnessed in the forest. Henny had answered as honestly as she could, or at least as honestly as Walter had permitted. Henny had wanted to tell the police about Magdalena and her inhuman strength, but how could she? If Walter had not believed her, it seemed unlikely that the police would, particularly when Walter had a vested interest in Mike's affairs. Surely, as a bereaved groom-to-be, he should have seized upon any chance to reunite with his fiancée. No matter how impulsive the circumstances surrounding said chance seemed. Walter did not seem to care overly much about Mike's disappearance, though. Or, if he did not show it to Henny. His tears, if indeed he had the capacity to cry, were all shed in private, away from prying eyes. In any case, Henny told the police only of the bandits and of the murder of the Lord and Lady von Essen. She had told them that she had run away from the carriage, Mike in tow, and during their escape they had become separated, which is not a complete lie. It was very late at night, you see, and foggy with it. I couldn't hardly see nothing. I was holding Lady Mike's hand, but I was so afraid I ran on ahead. When my senses returned, I had stopped to look behind me. I couldn't see the Lady Mike anywhere. She just up and vanished. The pair of police officers asked Henny if she had heard anything suggesting a struggle, or else her mistress's screams. But to this, Henny stubbornly shook her head. I don't know what you're implying, and no, I didn't hear any such thing. I don't think the bandits got their filthy mitts on my mistress. I'm sure she escaped, but I've not a clue where she might be right now. She could still be wandering the woods for all I know, just like a nomad. Oh, I can barely stomach the thought. My poor mistress deserves much better than that. Please, good sirs, I know my mistress is still alive. She must be. Lady Mike might have looked delicate, but she was surprisingly strong. She was quite the tomboy when she was little. She was always getting into scrapes. A woman like that wouldn't simply die. She just wouldn't. It's impossible. Henny asked the officers to search for her beloved Mike, and they assured her that they would do everything in their power to help. If, by divine providence, your mistress is still lives, then we will find her. Searching for the missing persons is our job. You need no trouble yourself on the matter further, Fraulein. It was something, Henny supposed, in the wake of the officer's visit, but their reassurances had not left her feeling particularly cheered. Henny had been able to tell the constables, like Walter, though that Mike was a lost cause. Henny did not doubt that at the local constabulary would send some officers into the woods in search for a body, but their perfunctory efforts would fail. They would find the Lord and Lady von Essen slumped in their carriage, but Mike would be absent. The police could comb through the forest as thoroughly as they wished, but any search undertaken with so little information seemed doomed to failure. Henny knew, as surely as she knew her own mother's birthday, that Augsburg's officers would never find Mike. Mike's body was not lying on the forest floor, abandoned, curled up, and cut apart by bandits. Mike was, instead, at Magdalena's mercy, in her eerie abode deep in the heart of the forest. Whether Mike was still alive was a mystery, but Henny wanted to believe that Mike lived still. She had to believe that. She could not bear the thought of her mistress being tortured. Henny feared she might have to countenance such a thought, however. As the days passed, she heard nothing of the police's investigation. Though Henny was familiar with the phrase, no news is good news, she rather feared that in this case, no news meant that nothing was being done. Nobody seemed to care for Mike other than Henny herself, but she could do nothing on her own. Growing desperate, Henny attempted once more to impress upon Walter the seriousness of Mike's situation, but he refused to listen. You would come into my office and talk of bloodsuckers again? Walter had asked her, his expression of cultivated disdain. I understand that you suffered a nasty tumble in the forest, Frau Henrique, but it has been a week since then. I would have hoped that you had regained some of your senses since then. I assure you, Herr Gerhardt, I'm quite sensible. I'm trying to tell you the truth. Mike was kidnapped by a vampire. Yes, I know, you've said twice now. You are very adamant about your claims, I must admit. It's almost impressive in a way, but you are laboring under a misapprehension. Vampires do not exist, ergo a vampire could not have captured my Mike. They are stuff of stories. But not another word. I'll not have you contradicting me in my own home, Frau Henrique. I took you in because I thought it was the right thing to do. Please do not make me regret my act of philanthropy. You can continue to remain here if you wish, for as long as you like. But while you are deciding upon my kindness, you must abide by my rules. I won't have you bandying about vampires in my home and distressing my servants. They are impressionable enough as it is, without you further exciting them with your wild stories. But they're not stories. Not to you, perhaps, but that is part of the problem. You do not want to be taken to an asylum, do you? Of course not. Then you would do well to hold your tongue. Silence is golden. But what about Mike? Will you sure not at least try to look for her? The police are trying. That is their job. It would not behove me to get in their way. I am sure they will turn Mike's body up sooner or later if there is a body to be found. As for this talk of ferreting out this vampire's secret hidey hole, well, this bitch needs to stop speaking Latin. I don't know how to pronounce Latin. Possibilium nulla obligato isti. Now, you may leave. I'm a busy man, and I've got a good deal of work to attend to. Out, out! And that had been the end of that. Swiftly dismissed by Walter, Henny had stalked through the hallways of his home, all the while burning with the shame and anger of it all. How dare Walter treat Mike's welfare in so cavalier a manner? Why, it was almost as though he thought her welfare did not concern him, as though he had not been poised to marry her and inherit the family's august title. That, Henny had thought bitterly, was all Walter had ever cared about. He had not loved Mike as she did, because Mike was Mike. He only loved Mike for her status. He had loved her because she was a von Essen. Oh, how quickly love could vanish when its foundations were so flimsy. And he supposed there was a fancy Latin saying to express the sentiment, but if there was, she didn't know it. She was not half so learned as Walter, with all his books and all of his pomp, but at least she had a heart, one which was currently bleeding for her mistress's sake. With no strict strings of her own to pull, the police incompetent, and Walter well and truly alienated, Henny had known not what next to do. Henny had spent the following week ruminating, at a loss. She felt well enough now to move, and so she did. Henny began to help her fellow maidservants tend to the household chores in Walter's home, for want of anything better to do, though she was not one of Walter's official employees. Moving her hands gave her some relief from the thoughts which whirred in her head, and Henny was acquainted enough with housework that these mundane, repetitive tasks were almost welcome. Beating the carpets and polishing banisters reminded Henny of a simpler, happier time when she had worked for Lord and Lady Von Essen. During her breaks had sneaked up to Mike's room to play cards with her. Mike had always lost at cards. She had been hopeless at it. Her ability to tell lies had been almost non-existent, but she had told many lies for Henny's sake. She had risked her own life for that of her maid. Would any other mistress have been so kind? Henny did not imagine that Mike's mother, the indomitable Lady Von Essen, would. She was a kind woman who would have drowned puppies to save her own neck. Not that her ruthless calculations had done her much good in the end. She had died, but Mike had not. Not yet, at least. That was what Henny hoped. Which each day that passed, however, it grew harder to cling to this hope of hers, which had begun to look rather fragile. It was easier for Henny to endure her anxieties while the sun was up, as she had chores to attend to. At night, however, she lay in bed in the darkened servants' quarters. Her fears began to crowd in around her. Mike was never far from Henny's mind, but it was impossible to completely extricate her young mistress from her thoughts during quiet moments such as these. Scored by the slow, soothing sighs of 6 other women, all curled beneath their thin covers, dreaming their own domestic dreams, Henny thought. She was so lost in her thoughts on one particular night, however, that she failed to hear the creak of the floorboards beneath her, and such nearly jumped out of her skin when a soft voice called to her from the shadows. Are you all right? Oh. Henny gasped in surprise and wheeled about, her elbow bumping against the chipped sill with a dull thud. The collision of the elbow against the windowsill was a loud one, but Henny's resultant curses were louder still. Damn it! A couple of the maids shifted at this, their eyelids fluttering. They did not awake, not a single one of them. They must have been exhausted by the tasks they had to perform day in, day out, under Gertrude's watchful gaze. Walter Gerhardt mightn't have cared much for his missing fiancée, but he cared a good deal about the running of his home, and he had ordered Gertrude to be exacting in her duties as a housekeeper. His maidservants were all run ragged, and Henny was no exception to this. Goodness me! The owner of the timid voice who had startled Henny so exclaimed, then started forwards. A shaft of moonlight fell upon the mysterious interloper's face, and Henny soon divined they were not so very mysterious after all. The speaker was none other than Agnes. Agnes Becker was a small, slender thing, about 15 or 16 years of age, with a shock of fiery red hair rather like Mike's that did not at all match her reserved personality. Her snub nose was smattered liberally with freckles, and her eyes were brown, like those of a doe. Henny had made little effort in integrating herself with Walter's servants. It seemed a waste, given she had no intentions of remaining in this household, but she had grown rather fond of Agnes, despite herself during the last 2 weeks. It was not hard to be fond of Agnes when she was so sweet and so gentle and so eager to please. Though Henny, he thought grimly, she did not feel all that fond of her now, with her elbow smarting as it did. I'm so very sorry. Agnes mumbled this apology to her feet, her fingers twined together at her front. She was wearing a nightgown, a white shapeless thing made of flannel, that seemed several sizes too large for her. It swamped Agnes's diminutive form, making her appear even smaller than she already was.
I didn't mean to startle you. I only saw that you were awake, and well, I'm also awake, and as you can clearly see. Yes, I can see. It might be dark, but I do have eyes and ears alongside them. Right, of course. I'm sorry. That was silly of me to say.
I noticed that the gift 1,000 subs option is gone. Twitch took away my power. Oh my god. That's so much, though. I would probably start crying if one of you did that. And I'd be also deeply concerned for your financial health if you did that. I should have dropped 5k like that. Yeah, that's insane. That's insanity. I can't. Don't rich adopt me. Oh my god. Hold on, I need to stretch again. Okay. Okay. I needed to stop shrimping it while I'm reading all this. Ugh. Yes, I've had bad posture be going. I just did. Again. Okay, we continue. I always seem to say silly things. The other maids say I must have a forge for brains, and maybe they're right. Little idiot, Hermione calls me, and I think she's right. But I'm getting carried away again. Sorry. Agnes flushed. Her whole face seemed to catch fire. Her cheeks and her hair a bright, striking red. I have been finding it hard to sleep lately myself. I've not been here all that long, and I'm missing my parents, and... Oh, but that's not important. I actually want to talk to you about you, not about myself. I've wanted to talk to you for a while, actually, if you don't mind, that is. Well, that depends on what you want to talk about. Oh, well... I hope this doesn't seem like too much of an imposition, but I don't want to pry, really. But I've been wondering. You, were attacked by bandits, weren't you? At least that's what I heard. Hermione was talking about it. I don't know if it's true or not, though. Hermione says a lot of things. She's an awful gossip. Thought that she might have been it might have been one of her silly stories. It almost sounds too dramatic to be real. Henny surveyed Agnes mutely for a few moments, unblinking. Walter had warned Henny not to speak of that night among his maids, for fear of exciting them, a warning Henny had tried to adhere to. She possessed no desire to make an enemy of Walter Gerhardt, not when she had been hoping to form an alliance with him. This had been before Walter's second insensitive dismissal of Henny's worries, however. Now, the young maid knew Walter could not be persuaded. He was an arrogant bully of a man, and Henny had no longer cared
cared tuppence for him. She would have preferred to keep out of trouble, but it wasn't as though Henny had spoken of her experiences with the other maids. She had been stony-lipped about the night the bandits had ransacked Lord and Lady Von Essen's carriage, and about her and Mike's escape. If the other maids had guessed what happened through a hearsay and whispered rumors, Henny could hardly be blamed for it. She would only be confirming what Agnes had already suspected. And so it was, after a pause, that Henny replied. No, Hermione is right. I really was chased by a bunch of rotten bandits, and so was my poor mistress. Goodness, I was sure Hermione was making things up again, but does that mean there really are bandits out in the woods? Agnes cast an uneasy glance out of the window, then shuddered. I've no need to go into the woods myself. My parents always warned me it was dangerous, but it's scary to think about all the same. It is scary to live through, too, I assure you. But I reckon it was far worse for my mistress. Oh yes, I'm sure it would have been. I'm sorry. I'm glad you're all right, at least. But your mistress... It must have been difficult. It was, yes, it still is. Do you think about her a lot? Every single day. I see, I'm sorry for asking so many questions. I'm curious is all. I've never met anybody who was attacked by bandits before. It must have been terrifying. I just hope I don't seem tactless. Hermione says I talk before I think, but Hermione is rude to everybody. Even Schreiber. It's alright. You couldn't have been more tactless than your employer is. At least you actually seem to care. You mean Herr Gerhardt? That's right. Did you have a quarrel with him? Hermione says he's been shouting at you in his office last week, but I don't know if I believe that either. Herr Gerhardt is strict, but he isn't such a bad man. There are worse employers, and it was nice of him to let you stay here. I don't think he means ill. Maybe he doesn't mean any ill, but I don't know if he means any good either. Herr Gerhardt only seemed to care about Herr Gerhardt, which is fine. I'll fancy if you are a businessman and you're trying to get things done. Treating your fiancée in such a flippant way, however. I think that's downright wicked. So, you two did have an argument? We did, yes. I don't know anybody had overheard it. I didn't know anybody had overheard it, though. It was supposed to be private. I'm afraid nothing stays private for very long around here. It took Hermione less than a week to sniff out my family's darkest secrets, though how she did it I've no idea. She seems to know absolutely everything that happens in this place. Do you think she's listening to us right now? And he glanced at Hermione's bed, which is located next to Agnes's, the second along from the window. The famous Hermione herself was laying beneath her covers, curled up, her copper hair swooped across her pillow like a tangle of snakes. Uh-oh. Am I still here? I saw a connecting to chat thing. Did the stream die? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I still see you. Did stream die for a second? Okay. Okay, we're good. That scared me. Because last time that happened, we had stream issues. Okay. Okay. Okay, we continue on. Henny had spoken little to the maids under Walter's employ, but even she was aware of Hermione. She appeared of age with Henny, perhaps slightly older, and she was so stunningly beautiful that she seemed almost otherworldly. Though a maid, Hermione possessed an attitude more appropriate for a duchess. She often ignored her tasks to gossip with the other maids, a fact which frustrated Gertrude to no end. Gertrude was forever having stern words with Hermione, who never seemed to take any of it to heart. For the amount of times she found herself in hot water, Hermione had yet to be properly scalded. Henny had to wonder why Hermione had not yet been dismissed from Walter Gerhardt's household, but perhaps Walter had a soft spot for her. It wasn't hard to see why. One only needed to look at Hermione's face. She looked eerily like Mike, so much so that they could have been sisters. Walter Gerhardt must have had a type. Ugh.
This is probably a child they're talking about, too. I'm gonna kill Walter, maybe. If Hermione is a child, I might kill Walter. Just saying.
I think she's asleep. Agnes spoke while looking at the dozing Hermione, but her voice was uncertain. Frowning, Agnes turned back on Hermione and said, Hermione says that you said that your mistress was still alive. Herr Gerhardt thinks she was killed by bandits, but you seem to think she's been taken prisoner instead. You said she'd been kidnapped by Agnes leant in close to Henny, then very quietly she said, Vampire. The word vampire was so horribly out of place in the quiet servants' quarters. It sounded ludicrous, preposterous even. Henny could see with the uncomfortable clarity why Walter had regarded her with such a scorn when she had told him about Magdalena. Henny must have appeared crazed when she had begun espousing upon such grisly subjects which were unfit for ladies to dwell upon. But no matter how unfeasible, that did not make it any less truthful. Yes, that's exactly it. I know that vampires exist. I've seen one with my 2 eyes. I won't let anybody deny that. Not even Walter Bloody Gerhardt, if he thinks me touched in the head. Even if he thinks me touched in the head. I'm not crazy. I'm perfectly sane. A vampire kidnapped my mistress, and she kidnapped me too. But my mistress convinced her to let me go. Even now, she is still in her castle while that awful vampire does God knows what with her. Mige risked her life for my sake. Helping her is the least I can do. But there's nothing I can do. I tried to talk to Herr Gerhardt around, but he won't see reason. He threatened to send me to an asylum if I keep this talk of vampires, and I really will be in a pinch. I'm trying to be strong for Mike's sake, but I haven't the foggiest idea of what to do next. I feel like a headless chicken. And if you're anything like your master, you probably think I'm batty now too. Oh no, I don't think you're crazy, Enrique, not at all. You don't? No, you might be crazy with concern about your mistress, but I can't blame you for that. You must love her a lot to fret this much. You're a very loyal servant. I was more than Mike's servant. I was her friend too. We'd been together since we were children. She meant everything to me. She still does. I want to save her more than anything, but I keep running into dead ends. It doesn't seem like anybody in this place wants to help. It does sound very difficult, but you're not alone anymore. I believe you, even if Herr Gerhardt doesn't. I don't think you're a liar, and I don't think you're insane either. This is why I wanted to talk to you, actually, because I heard about the vampires, and well... Agnes's doe-like eyes filled with determination as she said, I had to check first to make sure Hermione wasn't in telling tales. But now I know there's some truth to the rumors, and I'd like to try and help you. Help me? Now, this was a surprising turn of events. Henny hadn't expected that Agnes would be so willing to swallow her frankly unbelievable tales of bloodsuckers, nor that she would offer to aid her. What this to aid entailed, however, was yet a mystery. Agnes was small and slender, with limbs like twigs, and she was so very young. It seemed like unlikely that she knew very much about the world. She might have even have been more isolated than Mike had been. Agnes, unlike Walter, had no wealth, nor any connections. She was just a maid, a simple girl from a poor family, working for pennies to support her parents. I heard you extravagant Hugo for Von Hewitt. No. When did I say that? When did I say that? You ignore her, hubby. I need the gotcha to be nice to me, though. Don't cap, you know it's true. That's why you're going for M6, right? If I could, I would. I would love to do that, but that highly depends on if the gotcha's nice to me. I will get that eventually if he reruns enough, but you know. I will say this now, after Shunguang, I will never wail for anyone again. Well, it was nice to be believed. Henny did not place much faith in her as a potential ally. For now. Be my #1 character. Okay. Okay. Good luck with that. There's always another. There's always another. Blech. She didn't want to get her hopes up prematurely, but she was intrigued. She gets power crept into the ground. How could you help me exactly? Agnes might have heard it, or the apprehension in Henny's voice, because once more she blushed. Oh no, you misunderstand. I wouldn't be helping you. Not directly, at least. I'd never be able to best vampire. But I know somebody who can. And who would this be? If you want someone to look for your mistress, somebody who really cares, I mean, you should go to St. Cecilia's this coming Sunday. There's a priest who sometimes gives sermons there are called Father Dorvak? I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm gonna butcher that. He's very open-minded, and I'm sure he would listen to your concerns without questioning you. He must be very open-minded indeed to swallow stories about vampires in good faith. Father Where does he come from? That's no name I've ever heard before. Does she see sparkle? Haha. If you don't know, Hoyo showed in Shungong's chip marketing that she'll use a new element. Ooh. Like a new one, or like is it gonna be just a one we already have in a fancy text like the Astral Ink is? Because that changes a lot. Has a symbol of an element that isn't in the game.
Interesting. Yeah, I haven't really been keeping up with the live streams. I just go on HoYoLab, I put in the codes, and move on with my life. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't not been following the live streams in any Hoyo game for a while. Symbol kind of looks like a shuriken. Ooh.
He's from Bohemia, I think. He has a bit of an accent, but his German is fluent and his sermons are really quite good. My mother is very fond of him. She always used to take me to listen to him preach whenever he was at St. Cecilia's, which he isn't always. He would often disappear for weeks, sometimes months at a time.
They posted the drip marketing I'm talking about on HoYoLab. Okay, I'll have to go check. Thought it was basically like Miyabi and Yishuan was, but with physical. I mean, it might be. We never know. We still got time until she drops, so. When I say new element, I mean element not currently in the game. Yeah. Yeah.
So, he's a traveling priest? Agnes nodded. He's recently returned from a trip, though. I think he's in Augsburg now. You should be able to see him this Sunday, or at least I think you should. I'd be disappointed if you can't. I've been meaning to attend his sermon this Sunday, too. You sound very fond of this Bohemian priest. Oh, I am. I can't sing Father Dovak's praises enough. He's a real gentleman. And he helped my mother a lot, you see, after my father. Well, Agnes blushed hotly and seemed to be her wont. I won't go into that. It's personal. You'll probably find out sooner or later anyway if you stay here long enough. Hermione likes to needle me about it as if I'm somehow to blame for my father's actions. But enough about that. Father Dovak listened into my mother's concern, and he consoled her. He helped her through a very difficult time. I'm sure he'll be able to do the same for you. He sounds like a nice man, but isn't helping with family affairs rather different from hunting down vicious vampires? Well, my family's affairs were rather sensitive in nature. I'm not talking about a mere domestic dispute here. It was a complicated matter, but Father Dovak helped a lot, and when I was sure nobody else could. It's really incredible. Is he now? And he raised an eyebrow, but if Agnes saw it, perhaps she didn't. It was rather dark, and she made no comment on it. Instead, she clenched her hands into fists and said it with as much excitement as she dared, given the lateness of the hour. If vampires were real, you would let yourself get bitten. Yeah. 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 No. What? I was getting called out. I'm not here that's the one thing. I'm gonna sit here and take that. I'm gonna sit here and accept that because everyone, this entire chat knows how I would react to a real life vampire. Every single goddamn person in this chat knows. Also, both your buff men are back in HSR. I know, I need to go and pull for Finance LC. Badly. I don't know if I have enough to get it, though. Because I just won the 75-25 for Sirenes. E6 R5 Finance. I wish. I cannot do that if I'm also gonna be going for a Hugo right now. I got Finon in the shop. I got Hugo in. I got
Hugo running right now. Like both of my boyfriends are rerunning right now. I can't. It only costs 50. I don't know about that. If you're lucky, exactly. I'm not usually very lucky. Ugh, excuse me. What happened on Cyrene? I won the 50-50 on character and LC. So I have her E0 S1. So like I have her and her LC and I stopped polling, but it's like I don't know if I have enough to get Finon's LC because I'm still on 75-25 for that still. So, you know. So oh, never mind. I was thinking of another streamer I watch. Yeah. Yeah. Kurt? I've never heard of them.
Yes, he gives spiritual guidance to anyone who needs it, but he also has experience with dealing with unholy monsters. He even performs exorcisms. He's the perfect he's the perfect man for the job, and he's a priest. You can trust him. Well, I wonder. The ponderous Henny glanced away from Agnes, whose enthusiasm was almost palpable, to the window. It seemed highly unlikely that a single priest would be able to stop Magdalena, even one who came highly recommended as Father Dorvac.
You right. Oh! Right. I was like, that's a nickname. I remember that name now. My bad. I know who you're talking about now. DK yeah, okay. That's who you're talking about. It's like, wait. Yes. Never mind. Yes. I know who you're talking about now. My bad. You got two Cyrenes back to back in the same multi? God damn. Lucky. You'll send a clip in chat. You don't need to. I believe. I know some people are just lucky with that. I see it on HoYoLab all the damn time. Just like, where's my piece of that? Where? Explode. Hey, I see you here. Carol, no! Carol, no! My hair! Why are you guys like this? Why? Why? What new noises you make? I just make weird noises sometimes. Don't worry about that too much. Don't worry about that too much. It's fine.
And he had seen how Magdalena had torn those bandits limb from limb in the blinking of an eye. It would take a whole fleet of men to stop Magdalena, and it was doubtful whether even that would be enough. But this Father Dorvac must have been in better than nothing. Henny had little faith in Agnes's priest, but she would seek him out all the same. She did not stand to lose anything by a brief consultation, not when she had already lost everything she cared for. All right then, let me speak to this highly esteemed father. Perhaps he can help. Annie only hoped, as she gazed at the night sky, that she had not left it too late. So I got a 5-star in Hugo banner so quick. Mike felt weary when she awoke the following morning, exhausted after a night of uneasy sleep which had been broken up with bad dreams. The gash upon the inside of her wrist still stung, though it had stopped bleeding. The gash was not particularly large, but it showed up starkly on Mike's skin, a thin ribbon of bright red which intercepted the whiteness of her arm. Mike sighed as she sat upright, shivering as the cover slipped from her bare shoulders. It was a cold, overcast sort of morning, the rays of light which streamed into her room thin and gray. Briefly, Mike considered rising, dressing, and washing her face, but soon dismissed this idea. She had not the energy to go about her daily routine as though nothing was awry. The thought was almost unbearable. Mika's tiredness was something more than a physical feeling. It entrenched within her mind, deeper than the tangled knot of roots which fed the mightiest of oak trees. Magdalena had not taken very much of her blood the night prior, but Mike still felt drained. She still had blood enough in her veins to animate her arms and legs, but her body refused to move. She was too preoccupied with her thoughts of last night and of Magdalena. Though unwilling to admit it, Mike might have begun to grow fond of her captor. Aw, they're in love, yeah! Anyways. Just kiss her already, it's okay. It's fine. For a self-proclaimed monster, Magdalena's company had not been too unbearable, not when she spoke to Mike of novels and of poetry. Mike had not even begun to wonder whether Magdalena was a monster at all. Surely nobody who talked so animatedly about romanticism could be wicked. Why, Magdalena liked a lot of the same poets Mike did, and many more she had never even heard of. Magdalena spoke of the written word with such what is that word? Piquancy. It was really rather touching. At least until she had introduced a knife to Mike's wrist. Magdalena had not looked happy about this turn of events, however. She had been rather apologetic about the whole affair. This served only to make Mike even more curious. Magdalena had drained her blood. Why had Magdalena drained her blood as if she did not wish to do so? Mike turned this thought over in her head, stewing it when... Excuse me? Mike's musings were interrupted by a rapping of knuckles upon her bedroom door, and a familiar voice which spoke in an unfamiliarly soft tone. I can't talk. It was, of course, Magdalena. Are you awake, Mike? And if so, may I come in? I've brought your breakfast. Oh, but it's daytime. She's visiting me in the daytime, guys. Oh my gosh. Here, baby's crying. I'll be right back. I gotta go tend to baby real quick. I'll be right back.
What do you mean? I come back to a prediction. Sorry, I had to tend to baby. I might have to go leave in like another like 20 minutes for baby, but I will continue playing until then. We continue playing until then. Because I had to go to her Snacky. Don't worry about the prediction. Asian guy and Kira beefing. Slow burn, slow burn, slow burn. You guys are so silly. Okay, well, the vampire is visiting us in the daytime, so... Roar. Mad fashion, mad fashion, mad... You guys are beefing in the chat right now, wow. Mike frowned and letting her arm drop to her side, cast her gaze to the door. Magdalena's nightly visits had been regular throughout Mike's imprisonment, but never once had Magdalena visited her in the morning. Mike had not known Magdalena was able to wander about in the early hours. Being a vampire, she had thought them sensitive to the sunlight. Not, Mike supposed, was that it was particularly sunny in the morning. Miserable it would have been in the most apt description for it. Earn your entire existence brightly and let the world witness your beauty. Oh my god. Let's slow drops. Our rust encounters wear away the rough exterior of your stony countenance. Slow burn. No more flowery words. Yes. Oh my god. Her bedroom was freezing. Mike? Magdalena's voice called through the wood once more, and though Mike had resolved anew to dislike her, she felt her heart quiver. Magdalena sounded less like an unconscionable villain and rather more like an awkward, uneasy young girl. Why, she had sounded almost as at ease as Mike felt. Mike found she could not remain silent upon hearing this. Maybe Henny had been right about her. She was too soft, and so she responded. Yes, I'm awake, and yes, you can come in. Mike's words were answered with the click of a lock. Her bedroom door swung open to reveal Magdalena, a balanced precariously between her hip and her right hand. I blows up Asian guy. Magdalena set the tray down, then turned to lock the door. Once it was secured, she brought it back to Mike and said, Oh, I'm glad to see you're awake. I was afraid you might be laying in your bed, passed out, after last night's excitement. That's a way to blown up. Is that what you want to call it? Well, I suppose I could be more direct. Tie me out for realism. Okay. reason or the realism. Timed out for 20 seconds due to being exploded. Oh my gosh.
Like, suppose I could be more direct, but it doesn't feel very genteel to talk of bleeding you like a pig. That is what you did, though, and it wasn't very genteel either.
Loaded.
I know, I didn't much want to do it. But I don't suppose that counts for much, really, when I still did it.
Your realization guy. Forever really be this? Why, sweetie?
I tried to be quick about it, though, and I cleaned your cut afterwards. I hate for it to get infected. It's awfully considerate of you, I'm sure. Being as considerate as I can, which I know isn't very... But look, I wouldn't be here to see you if I didn't care. Here's your breakfast. Are you hungry? Delana handed Mike a tray, which he accepted, the teacup shifting on its saucer. Mike poured herself a cup of fragrant tea with one weak, trembling arm, though she wasn't much in the mood for it. Mike didn't want to eat or drink anything. She felt too weary. Magdalena was looking at her with expectant eyes, however, and Mike didn't want to upset her. That would have seemed cruel, especially when she was trying so hard. I was wondering. Mike swallowed a mouthful of tea. It was chamomile today, then looked at Magdalena curiously. What is it? You haven't shut up inside this room for a long time now, almost for an entire fortnight. If I were in your position, I'm afraid I would have gone quite mad. Mika did not say much. She was busy sipping her tea, but she did not wish to discard the possibility. Her wearing feelings about Magdalena did not point at all to a healthy mind. But then again, Mike's mind had never been healthy. Not in the way a young woman's ought to. I do feel sorry for you, keeping you cooped up like this. It can't be good for you. I would hate to make you miserable, or well... Magdalena smiled bashfully. If she had been a human, perhaps she would have blushed, but her pale cheeks remained chalky. More miserable than I am making you already. I don't want us to be enemies. I am quite glad of your company. In fact, I've tried and I'm tired of this jailer and warden act. I think it might be nice if we could engage in a pursuit that would be more conventional for a pair of young ladies. The word conventional put Mike in a mind of her mother, in the Von Essen drawing room, and her horrid embroidery hoop.
Vampire lady very hot.
Her back stiffened, and with a frown, she said, "Such as..." My, you're looking at me with such mistrust. I've no ulterior motives here, Mike. I'm always very in front when I wish harm upon people, and I will continue to be so. What I say is what I mean. You have no need to second guess me. I thought only that we might make a turn around the garden. It isn't much to look at now. You should have seen it 1 century ago, but it's less oppressive than this room at any rate. Now, well, that's much more of an accomplishment. Would you mind accompanying me?
You made the prediction. It's up to you. If they kiss, I lose. If the stream is ending and they don't kiss, I win. I turn around the garden, huh? Turn around your bedroom, Mama.
Magdalena's smile was light, but Mike could see something dark lurking behind it. Not bloodlust, but a desire for something more intangible. Mika could still recall Magdalena's earlier claim that she cared about her, no matter how contrary her actions seemed to be. Did Magdalena feel guilty? Well, good. Magdalena should have felt guilty. She deserved as much after what she had done. Damn! That was what Mike wished to think, at least, but part of her could not help but pity her. Mike had been lonely, shut up inside her drab bedchamber, but what of Magdalena? Surely she had suffered worse, and for far longer. Though Magdalena had come, ostensibly... That's not how I'd probably say that, that's fine. To offer Mike a respite from her incarceration, perhaps Magdalena had been hoping for a bit of peace herself. That was why, after a pause, Mike assented. Alright, we can go to the garden if you like. Though it's been such a long while since I last stretched my legs, I'm afraid I might have forgotten how. Oh, don't worry about that. If you fall, I can catch you. I'm very strong, you know. Eee. Ostensibly, okay. A baby. Hi. Hi, you want to say hi? Oh, baby. Baby Jack. Oh, come here. Oh, baby. Talkative today. She wants to say hi. She wants to say hi to you guys. Good girl. We're all in the other world to see the baby. Okay. Do you want to pose for picture? Do you want to pose for the picture? Necromantic chanting. There's a cursed looking scroll. Okay, you're revived now. You guys are so silly. Hold on. Hold on. Hey, B.
What is the context of what you sent me, Carol? I'm opening Discord to post my kitty text, but what is this? What? What? Don't worry. Don't worry about it. I'm worrying about it. Speak for the mic, baby. Speak for the mic, my child. Yes. I can't type. Bleh. Well, my hair came back. I got my hair back. Yay! Man, I can't wait for karaoke stream. Dear. Because I know both of those on that subathon list are gonna be hit like immediately. You wanna say hi? You wanna say more things? To the chat? You wanna say more things? Or do you just want me to hold you for a minute? We'll go give you your medicine, you know? Yeah. Looks like K-pop Demon Hunters UA edition is right around on the corner. Oh my god. You're sing the whole OTS cutscene. Oh my god. Every song from the movie. Every single one. Every single one. That's what whole Osty. Yeah, I know. The whole original soundtrack. Every song explodes. What if I just explode before the stream? What if I just explode? What if I just explode? I put you back together so you can sing. Hopefully if I do... Oh, I can just revive you. I didn't know the froggy knight was a necromancer. I didn't know this. This is scary things. Scary things to know. I did for Asian guy, yeah. Okay. Frogmancer, yes. Frog of many talents. And it's just another one of Kiro's titles at this point. You flip. Not that talent. Courtney. Okay, Spoot will be back. I have to go tend to baby once again. You like? Okay, yeah, I can do that. Okay, I right back. Discuss amongst yourselves while I am gone. I will be back. I return. Hello. Hello. What you guys do while it's gone? Hiya. Yeah. I made a pizza. Ooh, pizza. Yum. Okay, let's let the girls keep flirting now. Yay!
Oh, don't worry about that. If you fall, I'll catch you. I'm very strong, you know. Magdalena grinned, her sharp incisors flashing. And as she did, Mike was struck by a very strange thought indeed. Magdalena looked surprisingly, disarmingly pretty when she smiled.
Eh. Look at them! I love her hat. Look at her hat. I love her hat.
Oh, it really is a dull day. Why, it's almost as gloomy outside as it was in. Magdalena sighed as she surveyed her garden, or what remained of it. She was wearing a wide-brimmed hat, presumably to shield her head from the sun's rays. But there was so little sunlight that this might have been an unnecessary precaution. Mike, meanwhile, gripped a parasol betwixt her gloved fingers. Magdalena had offered it to her before they left to protect her pale skin. Though this, too, had been a wholly unnecessary gesture. I'm starting to wonder whether this mightn't have been a fool's errand. There's not a single scenic spot in my home. I don't know if it would be much improved by a little sunlight. I have no stomach for it. But it would be less cold, at least. And her cheeks puff up like that. Look at her. She's so goofy. She's so goofy. Now, that was an interesting idea. Wait a minute. Self-care time. Ah! Okay. Alright. Self-care and Asian guy fishes. Bleh. Oof. Ugh. Okay, sufficiently stretched. Do vampires feel the cold? I don't know, but I can tell it must be chilly. If it wasn't, you wouldn't be shaking so much. Are you alright? I'm fine. I'll live. For the present, at least, for however long that Magdalena allowed it. I'm glad to hear that. Do tell me, though, if you feel a chill setting in. I wouldn't want you to catch a cold. You can go back inside as soon as the novelty of the great outdoors has worn off. Or, alternatively, as soon as you feel your fingers might freeze. I will keep that in mind, thank you. My gloves should protect me well enough, though, and I don't think I'm in the mood to go back in just yet. Are you too busy enjoying the view? I don't know if the view is all that enjoyable, but there is a lot of it. Ah, yes. If there's one thing this grand pile doesn't want for, it's space. In fact, I think there's a trifle too much of it. Wait, I have leftover pizza. BRB heating up some pizza. Kiss, kiss, kiss. The garden has been left to go to seed over the years. But can you blame me? There is only one of me, and I wouldn't even know where to begin taming all of this. Magdalena gestured over to the garden, which sprawled about her in a wild, unruly mess. All overgrown grass, decaying trees, and wildflowers which swayed in the breeze. There was a fountain not so far away which had been toppled with a stone effigy of a cupid. Which had been topped with a stone effigy of a cupid. Cupid had since fallen off his perch, however, and he lay in pieces in the basin of the fountain. His shattered head spotted all over with lichen? Lichen? I don't know. The fountain itself, meanwhile, had stopped working many years prior. Its cracked basin was full of odd-saved loose leaves, dirt, and bits and pieces of poor Cupid's broken body. Past the fountain was a tangle of rose bushes, which had been left to run riot over the decades. Perhaps they had looked pretty once, when there had been gardeners to trim them into regulation, but now they were quite wild. The bushes were more thorns than roses, though a few roses that existed still were impressively red, the scant splotches of color against the otherwise gray landscape. The sky above the meandering pair, meanwhile, was festooned with clouds. It looked as though it might soon rain, and the air which snaked through Magdalena's garden was chilly. Is this still the Vampire Yuri game? I light. Yes, it is still the Vampire Yuri game. Yes. Yay! Yeah, I'll be doing that the rest of the stream. I don't know how long I'll be going, but I'll be doing this the rest of the stream, and I will also probably finish it next week if I don't finish it today. Yeah. The sun was scarcely visible, though Magdalena still... Oh shit. She had away from it. Though there was precious little sunlight to be had, Mike was still curious. Was it really safe for Magdalena to wander about like this? Do you often wander around your gardens like this? With my captives, you mean? Are you referring to the time of day? Both, I suppose. Well, let me see. Leah's beans? I'm also having pizza. Pizza day. To the first, I would say no. I am not in the business of consorting with my captives beyond what is strictly necessary. It would not do to get attached. Yes, but you got attached to me! Haha! Anyways. Not that there's ever been much danger of that. You are the first lady I've had the pleasure of spending time with. Perhaps that is why I've become overall sentimental. Magdalena shook her head as though bemused at her own antics. The breeze caught in her fair tresses as she did so. Oh, so her lovely hair fluttered about her shoulders. As for the second, no, I am not in the habit of pacing out during the daylight hours. I am not particularly fond of the sun, an opinion which is shared among the rest of my kind. I find it quite unpleasant, in fact. If it were any brighter today than it was, I would not have ventured outside at all. I can just about bear it for the present, but the summer is perfectly vile. Magdalena pulled a face. She looked so very incensed She induced Mike to laugh. So you usually spend the day indoors? Indoors and asleep, yes. I am being quite naughty, really, consorting with you like this. It's long past my bedtime. I did think it unusual that you came to my room this morning. Haven't you been able to sleep? I tried, but it was unsuccessful. Sleep seemed like a fool's errand, so I decided I might as well spend my time with you. Your company is more agreeable than being on my own, when I have nothing to distract me to save my thoughts. I'm gonna let her drain all my blood. See, when we saw when she first took Mike's blood, I don't think Magdalena is actually drinking any. I don't think Magdalena is actually tasting any that she's taking. Which is interesting. And what thoughts, may I ask, have you been ruminating on? May ask, but I might not answer. You've been awfully nosy for a lady, Mike. Did your mother never tell you to keep your nose out of other people's affairs? She might have mentioned it once or twice. And you would do well to listen to her. We all have our secrets. Why, next you will be asking me about my marriage prospects. Do you have any marriage prospects? Damn, we talking about marriage even before the first kiss? Wow, bold. Okay. Not anymore. Not that I'm aware of, at least. I was never much of a prize even when I was alive, but now that ship has well and truly left the harbor. Magdalena's smile remained light, much like her pattering banter, but Mike thought it appeared somewhat strained. Now she was examining Magdalena in the morning light. Not that the morning was particularly bright, but she could see how weary she looked. Magdalena's skin had been pale when Mike first met her, but now it seemed not entirely dissimilar to fallen snow. Magdalena was white enough to seem sickly, but her under eyes were dark and smudgy by contrast, as though they had been bruised. Was this from her own guilty conscience, or else a lack of sleep? Maybe, Mike thought. The two were intrinsically linked. It was too much of a coincidence, surely, that Magdalena had lost sleep following last night's events. Let's talk no more on this subject of love life. It's depressing to countenance, and deader, I fear, than the bandits I slew. What do you think of these roses? Magdalena paused as by the untamed tumble of rose bushes, which spewed behind the fountain of Cupid. The leaves worm-eaten, but the roses themselves vast and untouched, like red-lipped mouths of so many monsters. They're quite something, don't you think? They add a bit of color to the place, at least. I think they must be the pride and joy of my little garden. They certainly are very vivid, yes. They are rather, aren't they? Perhaps I ought to pick a couple of them to commemorate our excursion. They would look lovely in a vase on your desk, or maybe in your hair. At the very least, they might do something to alleviate how very desolate my home is. Ah! We got new art! Yay! Magdalena leant forward as she spoke, one arm extended. Mike watched as she made as she made to pluck one of the large, heavy-headed roses out from among its brethren. But as she did so, Mike noticed something peculiar. The ties which fastened Magdalena's sleeves had come undone, and none of them had rolled. And one of them had rolled down all the way to her elbow, exposing a good deal of her fair skin. She has bite marks on her arm. Her flesh was uniformly white, a smooth sort of paleness. It was impossible to replicate with powders. Magdalena truly looked as though she had been made from falling snow, all compressed and compacted together, but it was not Magdalena's pallor which made Mike draw in her breath. What truly caught Mike's attention was a band of angry red welts which encircled Magdalena's arm. These marks were so pronounced, particularly against the paleness of Magdalena's skin. They looked like burns, or else. Mike's brow furrowed with a newfound concern, not for herself, but for Magdalena. She could not countenance how Magdalena had received wounds like these. She had thought Magdalena indomitable, impossible to best in a competition of strength. Surely no human could have left such marks? These marks could have been left by an animal, Mike supposed, but Magdalena had dispatched 4 fully grown men without blinking. Would an animal, even a wolf or bear, be able to best her? In any event, the wounds did not look as though they had been inflicted by any great, hulking creature with a maw full of sharp teeth. They didn't look large enough. Though these marks were small in circumference, they weren't shallow. They were garish and in the week of autumnal sunshine, all puckered, raised welts which had begun to bruise. The rest of Magdalena's skin was pale as death, but these marks seemed almost akin to a tableau of violence. Who in the world had done such a thing to Magdalena, and why? How? Mike felt rather bewildered. Forgive me if I am being rude, but I could not help but notice, Mike swallowed, tasting the cool breeze on her breath. She remembered Magdalena's earlier caution, and even though she had spoken it in jest, being awfully nosy for a lady, Mike, did your mother never tell you to keep your nose out of other people's affairs? But still, she wanted to know. It seemed important, and all of a sudden, that she get to the bottom of this. There was something significant about the injuries Magdalena had sustained. Mike knew it. What are those marks on your arm? What? Oh. Magdalena drew back from the roses as though burned by them. Then she glanced down at her arm. When Magdalena saw that her sleeve had rolled back, her expression twisted. She didn't blush. Again, Mike did not think her capable of it, but roughly tugged her sleeve back down. Her expression was one of I don't know words. Words are hard. Her expression was one of guilt, that of a naughty child caught out by her governess. It is nothing really. Please don't dwell upon it. How could it not be nothing? It looks painful. It's fine. I'm a strong girl and I can look after myself. You, on the other hand, mightn't be so fortunate. You ought to worry more about your own affairs. But... Now, there'll be no buts. This conversation is beginning to tire me. It's not very interesting. Let us be on our way. There is more of my garden to see, after all. Mike, seeing it would be impossible to talk Magdalena around, capitulated. Sighing, she looked to Magdalena and said, Fine, let's do that then. That we shall. I've much more to show you. Do try and keep a pace with me, my dear Mike, or I shall leave you behind. Then you might never find your way back to my home. Would you care to take my arm, to be on the safe side? That is very gallant of you, I'm sure. But I think I'll be fine. So you mean to spurn my affections? Oh, my lady, how you wound me. Magdalena's theatrics might have once brought a smile to Mike's lips, but she felt too preoccupied with Magdalena's injuries to attempt anything approaching merriment. Mike had seen those marks only for a few seconds, but now they now felt imprinted upon her brain. That was not a sight she would forget in a hurry. Such wounds couldn't be dismissed as a mere trifle, no matter how Magdalena had tried to change the subject. Her hastiness to hide the marks had been concerning, as was her caginess. Caginess? Magdalena was definitely hiding something from Mike, but to what end? Mike could not even begin to guess. Magdalena and Mike continued to promenade about Magdalena's expansive gardens, neither speaking more than seemed strictly necessary. Magdalena would pause at irregular intervals so as to point out various interesting features to her companion, but otherwise she remained silent, holding one hand to her head to prevent the wind from blowing her hat away. Eventually, however, Magdalena seemed to tire of their aimless wandering. The sky had continued to grow darker as the minutes passed, and it soon began to rain, a faint patina of moisture which fell from the gray clouds above. Wishing to take shelter before a storm could begin in earnest, Magdalena paused by a bench partially overgrown by tall grass and took a seat. They snuggling together, oh my gosh. Mike sat at Magdalena's insistence, her parasol unfurled to protect both of them from the continued rain, and looked at her companion with some concern. Magdalena had seemed animated enough when they had been wandering about her sprawling gardens, but now her energy had deserted her. Her head drooped, her hat falling from it, while her silvery hair spilled over her shoulders like moonbeams. Then she yawned, a yawn so deep it brought tears to her eyes. The rain continued to fall about them, a steady pitter-patter, while Magdalena wiped her eye with the back of her arm. Oh, goodness me. Magdalena glanced at Mike, abashed by it, but unblushing, her skin the color of alabaster. I apologize. That was quite rude of me. I must seem so churlish, inviting you out on a stroll like this, only to yawn in your face. If I were a gentleman, I fear I would have little luck with a lady as fair as you. Why, you would have every right to call me a bore. If you were a gentleman, I wouldn't be going for a walk with you unchaperoned in the first place. It would be scandalous. Yes, well, I suppose you aren't wrong in that account. That makes me feel fortunate, at least, to be a woman. Magdalena giggled, but it soon cleaved before yet another yawn. Slay girls. Cunty ass highlights on her boots. Slay girl, slay. I'm sorry, I wouldn't blame you, Mike. I'm also yawning. It's contagious through the game. Goddamn. Wouldn't blame you, Mike, if you wish to slap me for being so impertinent. I'm not bored of your presence. I could never be bored of you, but well, I'm so very tired. It's alright. I wouldn't slap you on account of something so small. It's irrelevant. But I can't be the most stimulating company, surely. but I can scarcely string 2 words together. For a woman on the verge of collapse, you've been doing an awfully good job at stringing these words together. I would hardly know you were tired if it were not for the bags beneath your eyes. And for the way you've been yawning, of course. Oh, of course. Magdalena let her hand fall into her lap, and there it rested. Sighing, she shifted closer to Mike then. Apologize, but would you find it horribly presumptuous if I rested my head upon your shoulder for a few minutes? It is very quiet and peaceful out here, you see, among Mother Nature's embrace, and I've been dying to get away from my home for the last week. It's so stifling in there, I could not bring myself to relax. Now that I'm with you, however, I think I might be able to get some decent sleep. Or at least a brief nap. Then you mean to use me as a pillow? If you would be so kind, don't feel like you must indulge me, though. I would not wish to inconvenience you. I worry the weight of my oafish head might not be the most comfortable burden to bear. Oh no, you can use me as a pillow if you wish. I don't mind. As far as impositions went, it was not so very great, not compared to those that Magdalena had inflicted upon Mike already. You may do with me whatever you will. Now that is a very tempting offer. But fortunately for you, I'm too tired to fully indulge in all the delights you might have to offer. For the present, I can think of nothing but sleep. Then sleep, I will watch over you. Like a guardian angel? Yes, if you'd like. Oh, how sweet you are! Magdalena sighed, then shifted. She let her shoulders press against Mike's, her head resting against hers. Her pale cheek pressed against the fabric of Mike's dress, her eyelashes fell shut. You really must be an angel to care for me so much. I deserve far more than a slap after all I have done to you, but... Shh. Mike ran her fingers through Magdalena's hair, her knuckles grazing against her companion's scalp. Let's not talk about that for now. You're tired. But I've done so many wicked things to you, Mike. I don't know how you can bear to speak to me. How can you stand to touch me? I've done nothing to earn your kindness, and everything to earn your scorn. Maybe so. But I'm not going to scold you for that now. Not when you're in such a state. And what kind of state would this be, pray tell? One which is hardly suited for continued conversation. It isn't very becoming for a lady. Please rest. Is that not what you wanted? Yes, I suppose it is. I have wanted to rest for, a long time. For the last week, you said? It has been particularly bad this week, but I have been tired for longer than that. Longer than weeks or months or years. I can't say how long I have missed this sort of warmth. I've been alone for more than a century. It was almost more than I could bear. Until I suppose I met you. Your company has been most diverting. If you were to leave, I hardly know what I would do. Well, you've got nothing to worry about on that front. I'm not going anywhere. Yes, I know you're not. You can't. I won't let you. Nena? Mike spoke softly, a nickname slipping from her lips despite herself. Yet it seemed unlikely that Magdalena had heard it. Her eyelids were shut, her chest rising and falling. Save for the regular exhaltations of her breath, she made no sound. She had fallen fast asleep. Magdalena slept upon Mike's shoulder undisturbed, heedless of the cool breeze which caressed her cheeks and the rain which continued to fall. Her pale skin remained cool and unyielding during her slumber, and her cheeks refused to pinken in at the wind's behest. All the while she slept, Mike watched her, her fingers curled around the handle of her parasol. As they sat there, their bodies pressed close, Mike found herself wishing they could stay as they were, time slowing and stopping for good. Time did not stop, however, and Magdalena eventually awoke some half an hour hence. She did not speak of what had happened after drawing away from Mike, but he did suggest, after stretching, that they return to her home. The delights of her garden had been exhausted, and it was still raining. Magdalena had not wanted to remain outdoors when the weather was so foul. Mike had no words of complaint to offer, so Magdalena rose. Magdalena put her hat upon her head anew, and the two once again entered her vast, dilapidated home. Here we are, home sweet home. Magdalena announced this to the cavernous room full of decades' worth of undisturbed dust, then wrinkled her nose. That's what I would like to call it, at least, but it really isn't much to look at. I am always struck when I see this place in the sun's light by just how run down this place is. It's a wonder I haven't contracted a cough, having lived here for so long. I suppose we vampires are a hardy sort, though I do worry about you. The dust isn't irritating your eyes, is it? I'll be fine. Mike reassured Magdalena, though. In all honesty, her eyes were beginning to water. The air smelled fetid? I don't know. And each inhalation made her nostrils, not to mention the back of her throat, tingle. She could taste the dust upon her tongue, so thick it turned her stomach. She had almost begun to acquaint herself with the general decay of Magdalena's home, having lived among it for so long. But the few hours she had spent outdoors had undone all her familiarity with their surroundings. Magdalena's abode felt strange and inhospitable once more, in part, Mike supposed, because it was. Humans weren't supposed to live like this, in an unloved homes choked with old age and their own neglect. But Magdalena wasn't human. Human needs did not apply to her, not when her own desires were so very unusual. Mike had learned during her walk that Magdalena did not need to sleep, however, a fact which made her seem more personable. In some ways, she mightn't have been so very dissimilar to a human after all. So, are you feeling alright? Your face is very pale. My face is always pale. It comes with the territory. I've no blood of my own, you know. Not like you. I couldn't work up a hearty blush even if I tried. I know that much, but your under eyes are still very dark. Oh, to point out all my imperfections, why don't you? You have a way of making a girl feel rather exposed, Mike. I'm almost embarrassed. I didn't mean to embarrass you. I was only concerned. I know. You really are too nice for your own good. I doubt many other women would care for the welfare of their captors half so much. But you are not, as I've since gathered, a typical woman. That you would risk your own life for your maid is remarkable in and of itself. I'm not so special, really. I disagree. I've lived here for a very long time, and I don't believe I've met anyone quite like you before. Not that I've been in the habit of receiving guests during the last century, I suppose. I don't doubt my compliments are worth all that much, given my limited frame of reference. You may disregard them, but if you like, but I mean what I said. I don't tell lies. Why then, Mike longed to ask, did you not tell me about those marks on your arm? Why did you say it was nothing when it was clearly something? What are you hiding? Mike stared at Magdalena but found no immediate answers to her queries. It seemed that Magdalena's wounds would remain in a mystery. Would Magdalena ever trust her enough to be fully honest, or would Mike succumb to blood loss before that happened? That was an unpleasant thought. It was in a dour mood that Mike crossed the entrance hall, her footsteps echoing, and ascended the stairs. All of a sudden, she too felt awfully exhausted. Mike took the stairs slowly, Magdalena close by. She gave the banisters a wide berth, where they were so covered with dust, and instead kept her arms straight, hanging at her sides like a soldier's. Ugh. Hold on. Hydrate, Rake. Yeah. The grand staircase had so many steps, an unnecessary number, or so it seemed to Mike. It was no small difficulty navigating them. Mike continued on, determined, placing one foot after another, but she felt unsteady. Magdalena, sensing Mike's exhaustion, surveyed her with some concern. And you asked whether I was alright. You seem positively dead on your feet. Are you sure you would not care for my assistance now, my lady? I'll be fine, Mike said vaguely as Magdalena proffered her arm. But this time Magdalena refused to take no for an answer. Oh, don't give me that. I won't have you slipping and tumbling to the ground, not down a staircase like this. Why, you could break your neck. It'd be a quick way to go, if nothing else. Let us not be macabre about it. Mike, it doesn't suit you. Would you rather I smile? That was what Mike's mother had always demanded of her. That might be asking too much, I fear, but I would rather see you well in one piece, yes. For a vampire, you're awfully considerate. I've got to take good care of my guests now, haven't I? Or your prey. These two states are not mutually exclusive. Magdalena spoke lightly, but Mike thought she could see a flicker of hurt passing across Magdalena's face. You're hurting your girlfriend's feelings. She basically confessed to you when she fell asleep on your shoulder, Mike. Come on. You get it, your parents were homophobic, but come on. Her remark must have nettled her. There. Magdalena looped her arm through Mike's, cinching in their bodies together like two entwined flower stems. Now you're less likely to take a spill as we ascend the stairs. And if I do, I will drag you down after me. Plotting my demise, are you? I admire your brazenness, but it will take more than that to best me. And what of the creature that bit you? Mike wished to ask. Did that best you? Mike did not ask, however. She feared further inquiry would only upset Magdalena, and she did not want to do that. Magdalena might have been Mike's enemy, but she was also paradoxically her only ally. Mike still wanted to believe, in fact, that Magdalena cared for her. But her caring seemed a fleeting sort of thing, something which could only be discarded when she required more blood, which she would. Mike turned these thoughts over in her head while slowly ascending the stairs, her arm entwined with Magdalena's. Oh? But a sound soon startled her from her morose reverie. A sound she could it recall hearing once before, when Magdalena first escorted her through the entrance hall to her new lodgings. It was the sound, though faint, of a scream. Mike's back stiffened. Her body tensed against Magdalena's, and rather than push the other woman away, she held her closer still. With wide, alert eyes, Mike glanced around. Magdalena had attributed these noises to the wind when Mike had first heard them, but now Mike had always known, in fact, that this was a lie. The wind could not make noises such as this, and in any event, though it was a cold day, it was not blustery enough to procure such sounds. They must have been emitted from a person's throat. Though what horrors this person might have endured to scream like that remained a mystery. Magdalena? Mike looked at Magdalena anxiously, her eyes wide with curious fear. What is that sound? Magdalena, for her part, looked almost fearful as Mike was. There was no surprise present upon her countenance, but Mike could see that she was gritting her teeth. I returned only to say night-night. Okay! Good night, Asian guy! Happy Turkey Day! Yay! Or hydrate. Okay. Okay. I hydrate and stretchy. I hydrate and stretchy. Ugh. 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 Okay, we're good. Blah. Okay, we continue. Had Magdalena any blood in her body, surely it would have abandoned her upon hearing those screams. That sound is... Don't say it's nothing. It's not nothing. I just heard it again. Whoever is making those sounds must be in a lot of pain. Or else they must be very distressed. And whoever said that is the person who is making those sounds. It must be. I can't think of what else would scream so fitfully. And no, I don't believe that is the wind. Do you have more prisoners locked away in this castle that you're not telling me about? Believe me, Mike, it would be far happier believing it to be the wind. No good will come from prying into these affairs. But I want to know. I know you want to know, but that problem is with you. You want to know everything. Well, I'm sorry, but I must keep some of my own secrets. I've been alive for over a century, and I have an ample amount of time to accrue them. I have had an ample amount of time to accrue them. I doubt I'm alone in this. I'm sure you have some subjects you do not wish to speak of either. Magdalena's red-eyed gaze held Mike's. Her iris is hard and unflinching. Mike thought, as Magdalena stared, of Walter Gerhardt and their engagement and her feelings or lack of towards him, and she winced. Magdalena was right. She had plenty of secrets she didn't want to discuss either. There was a difference in severity of the secrets, however. Walter was not, as far as Mike knew, currently incarcerated within the walls of this castle, screaming. If I am to live in this castle, I ought to know who else is residing beneath its roof. No, you really oughtn't. It's better this way. But... Mike, please. This is my cross to bear, not yours. You have no need to worry about it. Appeasing the mistress is my job.
Magdalena is a servant to someone who's in the house? She let that slip.
The mistress? Mike repeated this phrase, seemingly innocuous as at first blush, yet containing within it a wealth of unspoken secrets. So there was somebody else residing in Magdalena's abode after all. Somebody Magdalena referred to as her mistress. That must mean that this mysterious person, this mysterious woman, held some degree of authority over Magdalena. What, though, could be more powerful than a vampire? The vampire that turned her! That's what!
Come on! That's probably who the mistress is. The mistress was probably a vampire and then bit Magdalena and turned her into a vampire and made her, like, serve her blood for the rest of their lives.
Who is this mistress, and why had Mike never met her? Why was she screaming so, as though she was being tortured? What is going on, Magdalena? That is not such a complex question, at least. Magdalena smiled, but it was an ill-fitting smile which hung awkwardly on her lips, like a dress which had been taken in at the waist 2 inches too many. She must be hungry. She is awfully insistent like that. I was hoping to put this off, but it seems I will have to take more of your blood tonight after all. I had wanted to give you a brief reprieve of your duties, but it is not to be. I have duties of my own to attend to, after all, and my mistress can be very exacting indeed. Mike sat upon the edge of her bed later that night, one arm extended at Magdalena's behest. It was the same arm she extended it to Magdalena the night prior, split with a thin scar like a garish piece of twine. Magdalena's fingers curled about the underside of Mike's arm to hold it to better hold it steady. In her free hand, one which was not occupied with Mike, Magdalena held a knife, the blades sharp and silvery even in the weak, wispy moonlight which spilled through Mike's drawn curtains. Just hold still now. There's a good girl. I'll not take more blood than is needed. I can promise you that much. This will be over in an instant. Mike knew what Magdalena meant well, but part of her wished that her captor's fingers would slip and she would nick a major artery, which doused her skirts and her sheets bright red. Magdalena's motions were well practiced, however, just as they had been the night before. Her gloved fingers did not wobble, though her resolve might have, as she introduced the blade to the inside of Mike's arm. Mike shivered to feel the cold steel pressed against her flesh. Magdalena had not cut, not yet at least, but she could feel the edge of the blade and knew of the pain it promised. She had endured the pain once before, that pain once before already. Had that not been enough? The anticipation was unnerving. Mike began to shiver. If you're going to do it, then can you please hurry? I cannot stand the waiting. My apologies. I had hoped to prepare you for it. But I suppose the pain is not something one can really prepare for, not even if they have a fair warning. I've seen hardier men than you cry at my heels, though I never cared to be half so gentle with them. I don't much want to do this myself, but... Well, never mind that. I will cut now. Hold your breath, and you maybe close your eyes if you must. It might help. Mike began, yet was unable to finish. Magdalena, true to her word, had moved her hand, the blade once inert, now slicing into Mike's flesh. Magdalena scored the blade across the inside of Mike's arm, an inch beneath her previous incision. Pain flared up inside Mike's within an instant, hot like the flames of hell. Fortunately for Mike, however, the incision was made quickly and cleanly. The blade retracted before Mike had a chance to truly register what had occurred. A bowl was soon placed beneath Mike's cut, which into Mike bled, rivulets of crimson trickling down her pale skin and into the basin beneath. Mike did not look at her cut, she could not bear to, but she could feel her life's blood oozing from her. It was incredible just how much the human body could bleed. The last cut that Magdalena had inflicted had been thinner than a paper cut, yet it had bled profusely. Mike wondered whether this blood was meant for Magdalena, or whether she meant to give it to her mistress, the one who had cried earlier, who had been hungry. That must have been where Mike's blood had gone last night. Mike had thought it was odd that Magdalena had not partaken of her blood in a more direct manner. What was the point in possessing such sharp incisors if one did not use them? By this point, Mike felt as though she had bled for an indeterminate time. Her thoughts were beginning to become muddled. Her arm stung and she felt sick. She did not want to look at the sleek crimson which dabbled her skin, nor Magdalena's pale, pinched face. She was afraid that Magdalena would look just as upset, if not more so, than she did herself, and Mike couldn't bear that. She did not want to pity Magdalena now, not when she felt so enervated. What? Never mind. I don't know. I think that should be enough. Mike heard a soft thud as the offertory bowl was set aside. Then she felt something soft and wet dab the inside of her arm against her cut, which still continued to bleed. Magdalena must have been wiping her cut clean with a handkerchief. Finally, Mike had a chance to crack her eyes open. Her eyelashes fluttered as she surveyed Magdalena, the world once blurry now sliding into focus, like a dial turned on a telescope. I'm sorry to do this to you, Mike. Not that my apologies mean very much, I suppose. Not like anything I could say now would erase all I have done. With Mike's blood having been collected, Magdalena soon took her leave. She tucked the bowl against her side, her slender fingers curled about it, then exited Mike's chamber, closing the door behind her with a thud. There was the familiar click of the lock, which seemed to echo inside Mike's skull, then silence. Mike was, once more, quite alone. Left weary after the day's events, and the inside of her arm still stinging, Mike lay down upon her bed and looked to the ceiling. A yawn forced its way from her parted lips, and her eyelids began to droop. Before she allowed sleep to claim her, however, she felt her thoughts turning to Magdalena. She thought of the dark bruises beneath her eyes, from a lack of sleep, or so she had said, and the sickly pallor of her skin, white as leprosy. She thought of the violent red marks which ringed her wrist, but she had hurried to hide. She thought of the screaming she had heard while tarrying in the injured salt, and of the way Magdalena had flinched to hear it, and her reassurances, feeble as though they were, that those screams were not for Mike to trouble herself over. Appeasing the mistress is supposed to be my job. Who was this mysterious mistress of whom Magdalena spoke? Mike knew not, but she must have been somebody with leverage over Magdalena, powerful enough that even a vampire would grovel before them. Mike turned over in her bed, the wooden bed frame creaking in protest, and trembled. At least now she could say so for certain that she and Magdalena were not alone in this castle. There was another person sequestered away in one of the many rooms Mike had never been in, Magdalena's mysterious mistress. It was somewhat satisfying to have her earlier suspicions proven right, but Mike did not feel any more at ease now than she had upon waking that morning. If anything, it was the exact opposite. How awful must Magdalena's mistress be if even Magdalena was afraid of her? Mike hardly dared to imagine it. She allowed her imagination to run and riot, as the roses in Magdalena's garden did. She feared she would never be able to sleep again. Ooh. We're in Act 3. Okay, my voice is getting tired, so I'll go for like maybe another hour. But I don't think we're gonna finish this today. It's tiring to read all this. I don't know if there's more than 3 acts, though. Sunday eventually arrived, after what seemed entirely too long, and with it came Henny's visit to St. Cecilia's to see Father Dvorak? I have no idea if that's... I'm probably butchering that horribly. Agnes accompanied Henny on this excursion, strolling beside her with a definite spring to her step. St. Cecilia's wasn't too far away from Walter Gerhardt's home, and the two women made it to the church's impressive stone edifice in good time. Once inside the building, both Agnes and Henny took a seat upon the pews to wait patiently for the sermon to begin. Oh, he's a goth priest! When the congregation was seated, a man took to the pulpit. He cut a tall, striking figure, dressed primarily in black. His arms and legs slender and his hair dark and glossy. Even from the distance, Henny could tell he was a young man, his cheekbones high, his face devoid of wrinkles. That didn't bring in my head now. Down, Carol, down! No, Kira's up and I want it. Henny wasn't sure how old he would place him exactly, but she didn't think him to be much more than 25. Curious, she glanced at Agnes and murmured, "Is that Father Dvorak?" "Yes, that's right." "Oh, I'm so glad he is here. I was worried he mightn't be. Then our trip would be for nothing." "This is quite the relief." "It's too early to ask him any questions. You'll have to wait till the sermon is over." "He has such a way with words, though. His sermons are never a bit dull. I'm sure you'll enjoy it." Mistrustfully, Henny glanced back at Father Dvorak. She was in too anxious of a state to think overly much about anything save rescuing Mike. Enjoying herself seemed a foreign concept to the young maid. even ever since she had fled from Magdalena's home. There would be time enough for the fun later. Henny was doubtful that the priest would be able to aid her, as Agnes claimed. She had thought that he would be older. A truly capable man, the sorts of self-made business owners like Walter Gerhardt quoted, while smoking cigars in their studies, often seemed to be in their 50s or 60s, with the domed foreheads as an arched brows. Henny knew little about capable men, but she knew this, having seen the plaster busts of Seneca and Aristotle up in Walter's desk. Father Dvorak seemed a little more than a boy when compared to these ancient philosophers, but this was not enough to make Henny discard his potential help outright. Cautiously intrigued by what the father might have to say, Henny settled on the pew to listen. She sat in silence as Father Dvorak spoke, and as he did so, Henny felt his voice wash over her. It was, after all, as Agnes had said, Father Dvorak's voice was a sonorous one, which seemed to fill the church despite not being overly loud, sweet as milk and honey, and just as enticing. As Father Dvorak spoke, his eyes swept across the assembled faces of his congregation. They were very dark eyes, Henny noticed, a rich brown, which were soulful and serious. The father's gaze seemed to settle midway during his sermon upon Henny. It seemed as though he was looking straight through her, divining all her anxieties, which made Henny fluster. Suddenly shy, she averted her gaze to look at the interwoven fingers laying on her lap. Agnes had been right about his oratory gifts, but what of his ability to help Mike? That was more important than his ability to espouse at a length about God and his many miracles. Henny shifted in her seat as the sermon drew to its close, seized by an uncomfortable anxiety. She had tried not to raise her hopes overly much the night prior, for the fear of being disappointed, but she could no longer contain herself. Her anticipation ran deep, just like the ocean. If he could not aid her, who could? Henny knew of nobody else to turn to. This Father Dvorak, young though he was the only hope she had left. The sermon came to a close after what seemed both too short and too long a time, and with it came a general flurry of activity as the congregation began to stand en masse. Most walked to the church's exit without further preamble, while the others paused by the pews of their neighbors to share gossip about the latest goings-on in their homes. Yet a few more stragglers stayed behind to offer their thanks to Father Dvorak, who responded with a modest smile. Henny was amongst these stragglers, though self-consciously she hung back. Doubts had begun to creep upon her, much like shadows. She wanted to speak to Father Dvorak, but now that she had an opportunity, she felt afraid to. She was anxious that all her hopes would be dashed, once and for all, and she would be left with no further recourse to aid Mike. But Henny was a practical woman, and she knew she would accomplish nothing by dithering it endlessly. The last of the finely dressed women complimenting the priest dispersed, and the church was almost emptied. Henny stood there still, at her pew, her fingers twisted together at her front. Her eyes met Father Dvorak's, who looked at her in turn, his head tilted expectantly. It was now or never. Henny would not have been able to forgive herself had she squandered this chance Agnes had given her. "You'll be all right, Enrique," Agnes prompted her with a small smile. "I won't hang around for you. I wouldn't want to eavesdrop, but I'll be supporting you from afar. Please tell me how everything goes later. I'm eager to hear what Father Dvorak has to say. I hope he can be of help." "Me too, Agnes. And thank you for suggesting his services to me. I do appreciate it." "Anytime. I'll do anything to help a friend." Beaming brightly, Agnes departed, leaving Henny and Father Dvorak alone.
His tackles Oscar.
Henny inhaled, steeling her nerves, then took a step forth. The sound of her footsteps against St. Cecilia's stone floor sounded improbably loud, and her breath caught in her throat. Father Dvorak? Henny addressed the man. Once he was a few paces away from him, both hands clasped at her front. Yes? Father Dvorak responded in turn, his brown eyes softening as he saw Henny approach. Is there something you would like to ask me? I'm always open for dispensing with advice, particularly if it's a serious issue, which this seems to be. Your expression is awfully grim. Oh, is it? I didn't know. I'm sorry for intruding. I've never been to this parish before, and we've never met. You're not under any obligation to help me, but... No, that isn't true. Gently, the father reprimanded Henny, his cheeks dimpling with his boyish smile. As a priest, it's my duty to help everybody, regardless of where they might come from. Your birthplace is of no relevance at all to me. I will listen to you regardless, though I would like to know your name first. That would make it easier for us to converse, I think. Oh yes. My name is Henrique. I don't come from Mosberg, but I come from a smaller town little ways away. I used to work for the von Essen family, and it's on their account I've come here today, Father. So, you're Frau Henrique, then, I see. And it seems that you are in a spot of bother? Oh, yes, well...
He's so pathetic, oh my god.
I'm not the one in a bother, really. I'm fine, as you should be able to see. It's my mistress who's in real peril. I tried to talk about it to her fiancé earlier. That would be Herr Gerhardt. But he didn't seem to grasp how serious it was. He's not lifted so much as a finger to help Mike, though she was to be his wife. That's why I came to see you. I had no other choice. I don't think anybody else in Osberg would believe me. Dear me. This does sound like quite the complicated issue you found yourself in, but no matter. I shall listen regardless, and I shall do my best to advise you. I cannot promise I will have an answer for all your problems, but I will try. First, however, would you care to sit down? You're shaking.
I want to make him sin. Oh my god. Ugh.
Oh, yes, thank you. And he took a seat upon one of the pews as instructed, while Father Dvorak did the same. Facing her, the priest then said, You may continue. But before that, you might want to do better and address me as Johann rather than Father. It's less formal, and I find it more conducive to putting people at ease.
Johann? Is that how I say that correctly? I'm saying that right? Yes? Hopefully?
I'm just gonna go with that. Is Johann your name? Father the Dvorak, Johann rather, nodded.
What? Sorry. Are you good, Kira? Are you okay? What question is... I say it Johhann. That's pronounced Johann, right? Am I saying this man's name correctly? Hit the second syllable harder. Johann. Okay. Johann? Johann? It's German. Yeah, most of the things in this game are German. Because I think this is like 19th century Germany. I think is like the entire setting of this game. I think it's all German. Yorak? Yorak? Yorak. So, Johann Yorak is this man's name. This kind of game makes me wish I played more attention in German class. Looney Tunes ass name. I took German for 2 years in I took German for 2 years in high school. I should know how to do German pronunciation a little bit better than this.
Father Yorak, or Johann rather, nodded. It's easier for more people to get their tongue around the name than Yorak. I know some people who will have trouble with it.
Yeah, you're fine. German is hard. Yeah.
Right. Thank you, Father. I mean, Johann. What I need to talk about might sound ridiculous, but believe me, it's no tall tale. I wouldn't have come here on the day of the Lord if it was. I don't hold it with wasting in people's time, no matter what Herr Gerhardt might think. Everything I'm about to tell you is the truth, honest to God. I swear to it even in the house of the Lord. I saw it all with my own 2 eyes. My mistress, my Mike, she's been abducted by a vampire. Silence fell following Henny's improbable, unbelievable exclamation. The silence seemed to weigh thick inside of St. Cecilia's, even thicker than the stone columns which supported its vaulted ceiling. Henny stared at her interwoven fingers, which rested upon her lap, unable to meet Johann's gaze. She was afraid, if she lifted her head, she would see upon his youthful face the same derision which Walter had regarded her in his study. If she saw a scorn in Johann's gaze, she feared all her hopes would wither and die. It was to Henny's immense relief, therefore, that when Johann did break the silence, it was not to admonish her. He sounded bemused more than anything when he said, "A vampire, you say?" "Yes, that's right. It's a vampire that lives in the forest, Father. I mean, Johann. And she kidnapped my poor Mike. I know it sounds batty, barmy even, but I'm not making it up, I swear. Herr Gerhardt threatened to send me to an asylum for telling tall tales, but I never would. My mother brought me up better than that. Yes, I believe you. You don't strike me as the insincere sort, and I have no desire to cast any aspersions upon your mother's character. I've never met the woman, but I imagine she must be a godly sort to raise such an astute daughter. Now, what can you tell me about this vampire? What was she like? When did all this happen? And how did you and your unfortunate mistress meet her?
Oh, father. Aspersions? Aspersions? Okay. Aspersions. Continue. Okay. And he was so relieved at Johan's lack of judgment that she could have cried in relief. Tears did begin to sting her eyes, but she was so very touched, but she wiped them hastily away. Johan did not seem to think her in need of immediate incarceration, but that might change if she has begun to sob like a hysterical wench. It was with an immense amount of self-control that Henny inhaled, then launched into her tale. She told Johan about her journey through the forest with the von Essen family and how their carriage had been attacked by bandits. She told him of the Lord and Lady von Essen's untimely deaths and how she had been able to rescue Mike before the bandits could finish her off too. She told Johan how she had run through the forest, Mike in tow, as the fog swirled around them, chilling her ankles and sticking her skirts to her legs. She told him that Mike had fallen and knocked herself unconscious, and she had feared they would be done for. Unable to run away without her mistress, Henny had tarried it while the bandits approached, fearing the worst. She'd expected to be disposed of quickly with a knife through the ribs, but the killing blow had not come. A strange willowy woman, Magdalena, Henny now knew her as, had stepped forth from the fog which swirled around her, and she had soon dispatched those brigands. Her strength had far outstripped that of an ordinary woman, as had her speed. She had decapitated 3 men, then faced down on the 4th, all without pausing. The sheer shock of this had overwhelmed Henny, and she herself had shortly passed out. Upon waking, she had found herself in a cell alongside Mike, and that was when she was reintroduced to their savior, but also their captor, their tormentor. Johan listened to all this quietly, and once Henny had finished with her address, sat back, his expression inscrutable. That does sound like quite the alarming turn of events. I do not blame you for being so very shaken. It is admirable that you were able to recount what occurred to me in so lucid a manner. I commend your dedication to your mistress and your desire to aid her. The pair of you must be awfully close. Yes, we are. My Mike is my dearest friend. I've known her since we were both little, and she means the world to me. She's much, much more than my mistress. I've been meaning to find a way to save her for the last 2 weeks, but I've not made any progress. I can't find anyone who will listen to me. And that, I presume, is why you came to me? It is, yes. I was told that you would listen to any problem, no matter what it might be. But if I'm being honest, I'm not sure how you can help. I saw what that monster is capable of. She's no ordinary human. She cut down 3 fully grown men in only a handful of seconds. It does sound unbelievable, but you are correct. You've no need to fret about that. I've no qualms in believing that strange, powerful beings might exist, hidden in the shadows that few have borne witness to. Then you don't think I'm lying? If I did, I would surely be a happier man. But no, I do not. I can believe your words readily. I would never discount on the word of a woman in need. As for your other concern, however, Johan's smile failed him. Frowning now, he crossed his legs, then sighed. That is more than a thorny one.
Though I do believe you, I doubt I would be able to confront such a creature as this on my own. I'm only a man myself, and not a great one either. There is little I can feasibly do on my own. So it's rather fortunate that I don't operate on my own. I've got a colleague who I think may be of some use to you, Fran Henrique. She should be able to help should your plight pique her interest, but she isn't present at the moment. If you wish for an audience with her, you will need to return to this church later tonight when the sun has set. Do you think you can do that? Oh yes, of course I can. If you can help my Mike, or you or your colleague, then I'll be more than willing to see you again. He works with a fucking vampire! Why else would it be when the sun is set? He works with a fucking vampire. Of course he believes her, because his colleague is a vampire. I'm calling it right now. I don't think... There's no way this colleague is a human. Zero chance. Zero chance. But honestly, considering how he looks, I would not be surprised that he works with a vampire. The look says it all. The look says it all. I might have to wait until midnight to slip out, but I'll be here as soon as I can. You have my word. Johan spoke as though Henny had a choice in the matter, but Henny knew she did not. Johan's offer to help, tenuous though it was all Henny had to grasp. Her meeting with Johan concluded, Henny returned to Walter Gerhardt's home, whereat she sought to keep both her mind and body occupied. Though Sunday it was supposedly a day of rest, this held true only in the mornings for Walter Gerhardt's maids. After midday, they were expected to resume their old routine, wiping down banisters, sweeping floors, and polishing the silverware, and a myriad of other tasks, which kept every moment occupied. The other maids murmured mutinously to themselves as they attended their chores, their malcontent spearheaded by Hermione, but Henny welcomed the work. She was so desperate for a distraction that even Gertrude's sour expression was welcome. It was served as a reprieve from her own anxious thoughts, all of which were centered around Mike. Would Johan really be able to help her? It was strange he had asked her to visit him later in the day, but Henny supposed he must have his reasons. She would find it out soon enough, she supposed, during her second visit to St. Cecilia's. It was hours until the sun would set, however, so until then, Henny kept herself busy. She deflected Agnes's curious questions about her meeting with Johan. I'll explain later, and kept her head down, impervious to Hermione's razor-sharp glares, and her occasional whispers of, "Why is she still here anyway? She isn't one of us. She doesn't belong here, and she's not trying to belong here either. Look at this bitch! Look at her! Look at her!" What a bitch. She doesn't look like she's a child, so that's it. That's something at very least. I was worried she was a child. She never talks to any of us except dozy old Agnes, and what she sees in her is a mystery. I can't stand and by the way she holds herself, as though she's so much better than the rest of us. What does she think she is, the Queen of Sheba? She might have worked in a fancy household once, but she's nothing more than a commoner. Oh, how cruel she is. She might be whispering, but it's clear she wants you to hear it. She may be pretty, but beneath that face, she's nothing more than a monster. Do you really think so? Yes, she's so wicked it makes my blood boil. I don't know how you can stand it, Henrique. Oh, I have my ways. And he replied vaguely while wiping down the many windows inlaid into the hallways. She might be an ill-tempered creature, but so are a lot of people, especially the pretty ones. I'm prepared to bet that Hermione was complimented one too many times when she was a youngster, and it's inflated her sense of self-worth beyond all reasonable measure. I don't think she's evil, though, and she's certainly no monster. Hermione was no Magdalena. White of limb and red of eye, with incisors sharp enough to bite through bones. Henny did not care for Hermione, but she would not deny that she was human. Even the bandits who had murdered Lord and Lady Von Essen had been humans, albeit immortal ones. Magdalena, meanwhile, was something else altogether. Well, maybe you're right. I don't think she's a bully, though. Try though I might, I just can't bring myself to like her. Well, she is a bully, and you're not gonna be expected to like her. But, you know. I think that's fair. I don't like the prissy miss very much myself, but I've suffered worse things than her silly insults. They don't really bother me. This is true, too. Henny had long since learned that, though Hermione had talked a lot, none of the things she said were worth listening to. It was all silly gossip, really. Hermione treated everybody poorly, even in the sycophantic scullery maids who buzzed about her, believing that they were all friends. Hermione, in all her pretty cruelty, seemed not that sort of person who was capable of having friends. She'd only acolytes and acquaintances. Once more, Henny wondered why Walter Gerhardt put up with her, but that, she supposed, was largely irrelevant. Hermione spent that Sunday flouncing about and flipping her hair over her shoulders, as opposed to doing any real work, which eventually earned Gertrude's ire. Nosy old hag. Hermione cursed after receiving a stern talking to from the housekeeper over her conduct. What's her problem? I swear, she has something against me. All I've ever done, or even done anything to her. Such a bitch.
Well, damn.
Henny, for her part, rather enjoyed seeing Hermione get scolded, and not just because he felt Hermione deserved it, which she did. The fracas between Hermione and Gertrude afforded Henny an opportunities to slip a ring of keys from Gertrude's pocket, keys which would be useful when she would have to leave later that night.
Did they kiss? No. We're in Henny's POV right now, so we don't know what Mike and Magdalena are doing right now.
She only hoped that Gertrude would not spy where they were missing, not until she had successfully met with Johann.
That's not the tone. Oh my god.
That would scupper up her plans. Henny attended to her chores with bated breath, waiting for Gertrude to bear upon them. Nostrils flared, spinning queries about the thief in their midst. To her immense relief, however, nothing happened. The day wore on without further event, and eventually the sun began to sink beneath the horizon.
Wait, what did I come back during? Hey, don't worry about it. You came back to Carol being Carol. Don't worry much about it. It's fine.
The working day was thus finished. The maids were dismissed by Gertrude, and they soon retreated to the servants' quarters. A few of the maids played a game of cards among themselves, while another busied herself with some knitting. Agnes, meanwhile, stole to Henny's side softly said, "So, will you tell me what happened? What did Father Yorak say?" He didn't say much at all, really, other than and that he was sorry for my plight. We didn't decide on any particular plan of action, but he did ask me to come back to church tonight so as we can talk more properly. Properly? Agnes's brow furrowed. Why couldn't you talk earlier? He said he had an acquaintance he wanted me to meet, who'd only be around later. Apparently, she's the one who'll be able to help me. An acquaintance, is it? She must be an odd sort of an acquaintance if she'll only speak to people after sundown, but I trust Father Yorak. I'm calling it now. His acquaintance is a vampire. Which I already did, but I'm saying it again. It's a vampire. Ah! Hi! 11 months! Ah! Thank you for the resub, Nightmare! Hi! Coming up to a year. Yeah! Yeah, because you, like, initially subbed to me, like, a week after I debuted, didn't you? So, yeah. You've been getting love for a year. Yeah! I believed I subbed as soon as it was up. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like, as soon as I got affiliate, yeah. That was later. Wait. My brain foggy. Anyway, never mind. About a year. Yay! That should be sometime in January, so that 11 months? That seems a little off, but maybe it's counting weird. I guess it's like at the very end of the month. It's counting. I'm doing my subs myself if I had the spare cash. It's alright. We're just like, damn nightmare! But I ain't going broke. That's okay. Nightmare and Asian Guy pretty much give everybody a free subs. Let's keep everyone up. That's true, and you touch grass. Yeah, I'm in fear for the subathon. I'm in fear. I'm in fear of Asian Guy and Nightmare specifically. You're forever subbed by Asian Guy and Nightmare's benevolence. Exactly. And I'm fearful for how they're gonna behave during the subathon. Really. Because I'm gonna be trapped in this thing for like months, I feel like. I love you guys, but... It'll be years, oh my god. Jim's last subathon almost reached a full year? What? What do you mean? A full year? That's insane. Go buggies, guess what? You think what? Guess what? You make my fucking job. I don't think I can do that just yet. Still isn't below 300 hours? Oh my god.
And they're on day 13. Holy shit. Yeah, like, I'll be, like, stopping the timer and only streaming, like, on my normal schedule. But... yeah, it's capped at 60 hours. But that doesn't mean that you guys can't wait for it to go down and then build the timer back up again. So, shit. Fear. Send you the repro mod code? Yeah. Tell me when you guys are planning to do that so I can, like, put it on my schedule. So I can, like, plan for that. I feel bad for them. I mean... to be fair, I feel like most people that do that kind of do that to themselves by not capping it. So, you know. You normally do weekends? Ah, okay. Again, they were stupid for making that deal, yeah. Sent you the mod code. Nice. I'll deal with that either after stream or I'll do that tomorrow. Fuck low-key, but it's funny as hell, yeah. Okay, I continue. Let's see if I'm right about this acquaintance being a vampire. Have a good lurk, Nightmare! Anytime a channel point routine. That's so evil to themselves.
If he says she can help you, then surely she must. He's not the sort to send people out on wild goose chases. Oh, I certainly hope not. And he sighed a Dolores it? What? What?
These words are hard. I don't like some of these words in this game. It hurts my brain. Dolorously? We're gonna go with that. Then looked out the window at Walter's lusciously sprawling garden and the street beyond it. Dolorously? Okay, dolorously. Okay. The sun had already sunk below the horizon and the roofs of the houses looked very dark indeed, almost sinister. I have a lot of expectations riding upon tonight's visit with your favorite father. If he lets me down after all of this... I'm sure he won't. You should have more faith, and so will I. I will be wishing you well, not that my wishes mean too much, I suppose. I know, I'm just a stupid girl, like Hermione says, but I really do want the best for you. I know what you do, and you don't fuss too much about what Hermione says. I know I don't. Nothing she says is worth much. How could it be when her head is emptier than a hot air balloon? Agnes started to giggle at this, which alerted Hermione's attention. She broke off mid a complaint, and the words "that bitch" still stapled to her lips, and glowered at the two young women stood by the window. And what, might I ask, is so very funny? Would you mind sharing it in with the rest of us? Oh, it's nothing really, Hermione. I'm sorry. If it really was nothing, you wouldn't have been laughing. And why are you apologizing? You haven't been telling tales on me to our new friend, have you, Agnes? No, I would never. I hope you, for your sake, that you wouldn't. It would be very silly to make an enemy out of me. I might not seem like much, but being but a scullery maid. But I have friends in high places. If I wanted to, I could easily make your life a living hell. Please don't try my patience. I won't, I promise. Very good. Keep out of mischief now. You too, Henrique.
I don't know what you two are up to, always ducking your heads together and murmuring, but I don't like that. If you keep this up, I'll tell Herr Gerhard about you, and you'll be out on your ear quicker than and blinking. I don't think Herr Gerhard needs an excuse to throw me out of his home. He's been chomping at the bit already. Well, I agree with you on that. You shouldn't even be here. Why Herr Gerhard lets you stay with us is a mystery. If you were pretty, I could at least understand it, but that couldn't be further from the truth. You're so plain, I can't imagine any man ever wanting you. Shut the fuck up. Henny is adorable, so shut up.
I'm gonna hit this girl. I'm gonna beat this girl up, actually. I hate her a lot, actually. Do not. But what if I want to? What if I want to? What if I want to? He probably dies later. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Your brush with death is your only claim to fame, and the shock of that will soon wear her off. When it does, you can bet you won't be here much longer. That suits me just fine. I don't intend to stay here much longer. Henny turned her back on Hermione, and Hermione turned her back on Henny, and the unease which had brewed between them settled, for the time being at least. Sighing, Henny leant her elbows upon the windowsill and looked out at the sky. She'd no desire to be drawn further into Hermione's pettiness. What did Hermione matter? What did Hermione matter when Mike was still all shut away in Magdalena's abode, suffering? So Agnes spoke softly, so as not to be overheard once again by the malcontented Hermione. Are you going to meet Father Yorak later? Of course, I've got to hear him out at least, and I'm interested in this assistant of his. Me too. I'd no idea he even had an assistant. You might have some trouble slipping out undetected, though. The doors are all locked at sundown, and the most senior staff members have keys. I thought that might be the case, but not to worry. She smiled as she patted her pocket, the feeling in the grooves of Gertrude's keychain in through the fabric of her skirt. I should be fine. I hope so, Enrique. Oh, do take care of yourself. Don't get caught when you're sneaking out. And don't get lost on your way out of the church. And don't speak of it to any strange men. Henny chuckled. You guys probably shouldn't be talking in the same room as Hermione. Hermione's gonna tattle on your asses. Just saying. She can probably hear all of this. It's a really dumb idea, guys. I know, don't fret. I'll head straight to the church once the bells toll for midnight. And I'll head straight back once I finished with Father Yorak. They're not exactly smart. Well, come on, guys. Let their mistress get kidnapped, you know. well, Henny did get kidnapped with it, Mike initially. And Mike was just like, just lied to get Henny released. So they technically could have both died. Mike just didn't want Henny to die too. So like that's why. So she didn't really let her get kidnapped. Mike was just like, no, get the fuck out of here. I'll be just fine, so don't wait up for me. There's yet more work to be done tomorrow, and Hermione will lay into you if you stay awake late. She didn't want Henny to see her get eaten. Oh, she always lays into me. Not that she has much room to talk. She's such a hypocrite. Yes, I had noticed. Try not to pay her too much heed. It's hard not to when she talks so much, but I shouldn't be too hard tonight. That shouldn't be too hard tonight, at least. Rather than worry about her, I'll be too busy thinking of you. I can pray for you too, if you'd like, if you think it would help. Agnes. And he smiled, touched anew by the young girl's concern. Nobody in Walter Gerhardt's residence seemed to care overly as much about Henny or about her missing mistress, except for Agnes. Henny was glad she had found at least one ally in Walter's inhospitable household. It was one ally more that she had expected, and made her feel less alone. Thank you, you're very sweet. The hour wore on, and the maids began to tire. Yawns spread between them as they had brushed their hair and played cards. Yawns which were as contagious as any illness. Hermione rose from her bed, then stripped herself of her maid's attire and into her nightgown, which prompted a further flurry of undressing. Henny too changed into her nightgown and slipped away beneath her covers. She did not want any of her fellow maids, particularly the eagle-eyed Hermione, guessing at her plans. She lay abed, curled on her side, and waited for what seemed like an interminable amount of time, until the room was full of snoring. Once Henny was sure everybody was fast asleep, she rose, then changed once more into her maid's dress, it being the only outfit she had. She changed quickly under the cover of darkness, fearful of making sound. Her heart thumped all the while, and Gertrude's keys sat heavy in her pocket, a physical manifestation of her crimes. She would be in a lot of trouble if her thievery was discovered. She'd be put on the stocks at the very last, and perhaps imprisoned. At the very least, and perhaps imprisoned, either in a gaol or in an asylum, as Walter had threatened. But Henny knew she couldn't let such threats unsettle her. It was too late to fuss about returning the key to its rightful owner. As she had it, and with it she had a way of escaping Walter Gerhardt's home. She could not afford to miss her appointment with Johann in the church. Henny was still doubtful whether he could really help her, but he was the only lead she had. It was either him or nothing. Newly dressed, Henny paused at Agnes's bed. To Henny's surprise, Agnes was still awake. Her eyelids fluttered, and in the dark she murmured, "Good luck out there, Enrique." "Thank you very much, but remember about my earlier warning. You really don't need to wait up for me. You young girls need your beauty sleep. And you don't need to be calling me Enrique either. I've always found it too formal." "Henny is fine." "Alright then, Henny. Stay safe." "I will. I always do. Surviving is one of my talents." So saying, Henny slipped from the servants' quarters. She shut the door soundlessly behind her without giving the room a backwards glance, not even to wave Agnes goodbye. Now her thoughts were filled with nothing but Mike. Henny crept down the stairs, then tossed the narrow servants' hallway to the kitchen. Her footsteps sounded uncomfortably loud in the silence, but she encountered nobody during her trek, to her relief. She was quite alone. Henny eventually made it to the back door, which deliveries were made. Henny thought it was better to quit the house here, where it was less likely she would be uncovered by any passers-by out during a late-night stroll. Henny drew her pilfered key ring from her pocket with trembling fingers and inserted the key into the hole. She tried to turn it, but it soon met with resistance. The door refused to budge. She must have selected the wrong key from the chain. Henny clicked through her tongue, then tried another key. This too refused to turn the lock, as did the next and the next and the next. Each key Henny tried resulted in further failure, which made her imagination race. What if the keychain she had swiped from Gertrude's pocket was the wrong one? There were many keys on this chain, all heavy, clunky pieces made from iron, but there was no guarantee any of them led outside. Hard panic now began to settle inside the pit of Henny's stomach. Her palms sweaty, Henny tried another key, the 8th if she had been keeping count, which she hadn't. She turned the key in the lock expecting nothing, but... Oh! The key, unlike the rest, did turn, and smoothly too, like butter. The lock clicked and the door swung open, cool air rushing forth to meet Henny like an old friend. Thanking both her lucky stars, and her deft fingers, Henny stepped out into the street. She closed the back door behind her, locking it, then set out into the night. Augsburg's streets were still unfamiliar to Henny, but she remembered the way to St. Cecilia's. She had ingrained it into her consciousness during her trek there earlier that morning with Agnes, unless she should be required to return. Henny had not imagined that Johann would ask her to come back so soon. Or so late, she supposed, as she glanced up at the moon. The moon was not yet full, but it soon would be. It hung above the roofs of all the fine houses, lighting their chimney stacks and the wrought iron railings, which fenced in their fine gardens. Henny hurried on, her footsteps echoing about the streets. She prayed as she walked that she did not run into anybody, not that she knew many people in Augsburg. The city was strange to her, the people even more so. The wind brushed against Henny's exposed cheeks and her fingers, so she shivered. It was early autumn, but it was uncommonly cold for it. It seemed in the winter, when it had arrived, would be frigid. Henny had thought little of the coming months, however, being so steeped in thoughts of the past. How could she plan for the future when she knew not how Mike was? Henny's heart beat in tandem with each footstep against the cobbles, and with each monotonous strike of her heels, she thought of Mike. Please, let it not be too late. Please, God, I'm begging you, let me find my Mike. If we can be reunited, I'll ask of nothing more from you, not for as long as I live. It was fortunate for Henny's nerves, which were now stretched to their breaking point, that St. Cecilia's was not so very far away from Walter's home. She arrived there in under 10 minutes, though it felt longer. Henny had been so entrenched in her anxious musings that time itself seemed to slow at a trickle, Henny's every footstep far too slow, despite her hurried gait. The stained glass windows of the church were dark when Henny approached it, and the imposing wooden door was tightly shut. At a glance, it seemed to be closed. Even the most godly of its congregation, the priest within a bed. Henny hoped that it was all subterfuge, and Johann had not forgotten in their promise. Henny approached the wooden doors with faltering steps, more anxious than she had been during their flight from Walter's home, and raised her fist. With a cautious eye, she glanced about, searching the streets for any signs of life, but she found nobody. The streets were not wholly quiet, and he could hear the sounds of drunken revelry from a nearby tavern. But the street upon which St. Cecilia stood was abandoned, the shops all closed, and the lights in their windows extinguished. The breeze had nudged Henny's arm, and she thought as though spurring her onwards. She looked up to the wooden door which towered before her as though to test her. She swallowed, tasting the cold air on her tongue. Then she knocked. Henny knocked incessantly, fearful of awakening the people in the neighboring houses. Unfortunately for her, however, the sound of her knocking seemed to be much too loud, almost as loud as the erratic beating of her heart. Henny waited fitfully, shifting from foot to foot, yet heard no noise from within the church. Was Johann not there? Had he forgotten about her? Perhaps he had simply fallen asleep while waiting, or maybe he had not heard her. Henny chanced another series of knocks, more loudly this time. She rapped and rapped until her knuckles felt sore, throwing caution to the wind until... Frau Henrique, so you did come back. I was beginning to wonder. The door opened with a low groan. There stood Johann, illuminated by a sliver of wan candlelight, which burned in the church behind them. He looked much as he had during Henny's initial meeting of the man, though Henny thought he was taller than she had recalled. Johan's neat dark hair was parted at the front, revealing a high forehead which spoke of it learning, and his brown eyes were soft and gentle. Taller. Drink of water. Hold on. My throat's dry. Hold on. Father, forgive me for I have sinned. I am hydrating. It's just not helping much. I am hydrating, I promise. Eh. Stop, no, stop to die. No, die. No, to die. I try not to. I try not to. You kept me waiting such a long while, I was worried you might have forgotten our arrangement. Haida Marie was beginning to nag me about it, and that's... not that that's anything new. She cheeses me every chance she gets, wicked creature that she is. Sorry, I didn't mean to keep you. It took a while before I was able to slip away. I don't think the other maids would care to know that I've gone off for a midnight stroll, or Herr Gerhardt. Ah, yes, I understand. We all have our own circumstances. I apologize if I put you in a tight spot. It's no problem. I imagine you've got a good reason for wanting to meet me so late, no matter how inconvenient it is. Now, who's this Haida Marie? Haida Marie? Haida Marie? Haida Marie you spoke of. Is she your assistant? Oh yes, that's right. She's here now to say hello to you. Though I think she'll be rather cross that I took the wind from her sails. Knowing her, she would have wanted to introduce herself. She's really very... Johan, have you quite finished talking yet? I'm getting bored. It's rude to keep a lady waiting, you know. You realize? No, that's okay. We just try our best. Ah, yes, my apologies. Do come away from the door, Frau Henrique. It's freezing tonight. I'd hate for you to catch it at your death of cold. Come and warm yourself. You can meet Haida Marie while you're at it. And then you may tell her all you've told me. I'm sure she'll be interested in your tale. And he thanks Johan, then entered the church, skirting the priest as she did so. St. Cecilia's looked much as it did during the daylight, with its vaulted ceiling and stained glass windows. The darkness rendered it eerie, however. The rows of pews drowned in shadows. Maybe Head Marie? Head Marie? Heed Marie? Heed Marie? Head Marie? Heed Marie? Yeah, head, like head. Okay, that's what I was thinking. Like, Head Marie. Head Marie? And he glanced about, unsure of who she should be searching for. Then, with wide eyes, she stilled. A figure who had been sitting upon one of the pews, though it rose to its feet upon hearing Henny's approach and curtsied neatly. The figure was a diminutive one, so small, in fact, it made Henny start. The girl who stood before her, Henny could not think of her as a woman, was evidently young, perhaps 9 or 10 years of age. She's a vampire! Her pointy ear! I can do it!
9 or 10 years of age? Baby! He's gonna bite your ear, Henry. Run. Nom, nom. I went to her because she's a child, but you know. Because she's clearly supposed to be defected as a child. And that's weird, but... But it's down, you don't know her that thin. If she was in double digits, it must have been, and only barely. Her skin was pale white, even in the flickering candlelight, and her hair was as fair and wavy, all ringlets. The girl's eyes, meanwhile, were wide and staring. Her irises were a shocking hue which made Henny gasp. They were not blue or green or even dark gray. They were gold instead and seemed to shine even brighter than the candlelight. The girl's eyes were even more sinister than Magdalena's. Are you Head Marie? I think Haida Marie sounds right. Sounds more right. Haida Marie? Haida Marie? I don't know.
Yes, that's right. Didn't Johann say as much?
Her cheeky little smile. She's adorable.
My name is Haida Marie, and you are Frau Henrique, yes? Yes, that's me. You must be the woman Johann and I have been waiting for. It's very good to meet you, although you don't seem to share my sentiments. Why do you shrink from me, a grown woman like yourself? Don't tell me that you're afraid. Just look how small I am. You've nothing at all to be scared of. I don't bite. At least not that much.
I love her already. This is my child now. I'm adopting her. Okay, but how much do you want to bet that Haida Marie is like Johann's daughter or something? I feel like she's got to be like his daughter or something. Because if she's a child, I feel like that's got to be his daughter. If Haida Marie's eyes had not made it immediately apparent, then those teeth of hers, sharp as knives, served as the final nail in the proverbial coffin. Haida Marie was not an ordinary little girl. She was inhuman. Good God, you're just like her. Like who? Like the creature that captured my mistress. You're another monster. Henny? Now. That's rude. A monster, am I? Is that what you think? Haida Marie surveyed Henny, her smile unwavering. Holding in one hand beneath her chin, the young girl tilted her head and said, I suppose I should take offense, but might not be entirely inaccurate. To any human like you, I probably do seem like a monster. I won't deny I'm capable of some rather wicked things. But Johann keeps me on a tight leash. Maybe it's not her dad. Maybe adopted. He'll be the first to tattle on me should I step out of line to his superiors in the church, and then I'll be in trouble. If anybody knows how to strike fear into the hearts of the nigh on immortal,
It's these boring men in their clerical robes. Then does that mean you're really you really are a vampire? Naturally, how many ordinary humans do you know with eyes as bright as mine or teeth as sharp? Or, I don't know, ears? That one's a really obvious is point out. Like, normal humans don't have long pointy ears. Just saying, I feel like I noticed that one first, but maybe that's just me. I was a human once upon a time, but that feels a very, very long time ago now. I doubt the vampire you've a quarrel with. Oh, don't look so shocked. Johan told me all about it. It can't hold a candle to me. I've been alive, if you care to call it that, for... Oh, I don't know. I've lost count. Mathematics has never been my strong suit, and it's been such a long time that my mind fails me. I think I must have been at least 400 years at this point, though. Damn. Okay, yeah, probably just an adopted thing. That's a long-ass time. $400? It has been about that long, yes. Are you also a vampire? Have you known her this whole time? Did you just not get the pointy ears, my guy? Or can you just, like, hide that? Are you able to hide that to be out in public or something? Ida Marie is prone to exaggerating, but she's been being truthful on this score. She's an ancient vampire, one of the oldest, or so the church believes, in all of Europe. Tut tut. Ida Marie clicked her tongue. It's not polite, you know, to talk about a lady's age in a so cavalier manner. If we didn't have a guest over, I'd bite you for your insolence, Johan. And that isn't polite, strictly speaking, to threaten people that you disagree with. Not that you've ever cared about minding your manners. I care enough not to terrify our poor guest out of her wits, though I'm afraid my attempts at magnanimity... Magnanimity... I know this word, my brain doesn't want to say it right now. Are not working. She's shaking like a leaf. Are you alright, Frau Henrique? You aren't about to faint, are you? I know this must be an awful lot to swallow. A lot to swallow is right. This is impossible. If you really are a vampire, then what are you doing in a church? And why are you acting so familiar with the father? Oh, dearie me. Why could that be, I wonder? Why don't you let me elucidate? Elucidate? I don't know. Fraulein? I may be a vampire, and an ancient vampire at that, but I'm no mindless monster who can think of nothing but her next meal. I've had my fill of screaming humans and flowing blood, so you can rest easy. I've tasted blood better than yours in the past, I'm certain of that. That is like the worst thing a vampire can say to you. Just like, you probably taste gross. That's probably like the word. Like, if a vampire is gonna insult you, that's like the most insulting thing a vampire can say to you. I've drunk so much of it, in fact, I've just about gotten sick of it, which is for the best, I suppose. If I'd kept up my rampaging ways, the church would have seen me into me like that. Ida Maria made a gesture now against her neck, one which signified execution. I've been working for the church for over a century, my servitude in exchange for my continued life, and I've curtailed my bloodlust accordingly. I sup only those whom I've permission to feed upon, namely the lucky members of the clergy who've been tasked with taking care of me. I've only only bear these fangs of mine for Johann. Does that satisfy your concerns, Fraulein? Well... Oh, please. Marie snorted. Don't tell me that you're still afraid. What cause do you have to flee from a collared dog tied to a post? Ida Marie's telling the truth. She has a lot of bark, but no bite. Well, Johann chuckled softly. Her bite is rather formidable, but I'm the only one who has to suffer from its consequences. You'll be perfectly safe.
Ew, she drinks from him. Okay. Damn. It kind of makes sense. They put the vampire with the goth priest. That's kind of not surprising at all.
I understand that you might fear her, but I've worked with her for almost 4 years, and she's never once given me any trouble. Beyond her tendency to answer back, that is. There, you see? I'm good as gold. Why, my heart might even be as pure as a saint's. I don't know if I'd go quite that far. Most saints don't have of pasts as bloody as yours. But it is all in the past, Johann. Well and truly, almost 2 centuries in the past, in fact. I've helped the church hunt down many, many vile vampires, and I've saved scores of screaming virgins. I've done more than your silly Iliad Christian and saints ever did, martyring themselves for no good reason. At least I actually get things done. Why would the church send a vampire to fight other vampires, though? It makes no sense. Doesn't it? Ida Marie raised an eyebrow. Do you know what they say, Fraulein, about fighting fire with fire? Same holds true here. We vampires are a formidable race with unparalleled speed and strength. Johann would stand no chance against a vampire, being a bumbling human of limited physical strength, but I can make short work of the wicked Nightwalker who has kidnapped your mistress. Of that, I promise you. Would you really be able to do that? Well, it's within my abilities. My past record ought to speak for itself. When it comes down to hunting vampires, Ida Marie is second to none. If you'd wish to rescue your mistress, then you must rely upon her. You might find her disagreeable, but she's more trustworthy than she appears. She really has been an indispensable ally to me. Why, Johann, you flatter me. If you continue to be so complimentary, I may have to reward you in turn. Would you like me to bite you just a little? I've heard some people find it therapeutic.
She's a little freak. I like her. I'm adopting this one. This is my daughter now. Okay? This is my child now. I don't care that she's over 400 years old. This is my child now.
Oh, do behave yourself. What happened into trying to make our guest feel welcome? Sorry, we continue. Johann tuttled, then turned back to Henny. So, what do you think? Will you consent to letting Haida Marie help you? Well, You'll say yes if you really love your mistress, no matter how many misgivings you might have. You can spurn me if you wish, you wouldn't be the only one, but you'll only be hurting yourself in the long run. You didn't cut your nose off to spite your face, it is Fraulein, even if it is rather lumpy. You would need more than I need you. I don't... I mean... Honey stood for several moments, dithering, her heart hammering like a war drum within her breast. She hadn't imagined that Johann's acquaintance might be another vampire, one who seemed even more fearsome than Magdalena. It was a lot to take in. She was still reeling, hurt by Johann's lack of transparency, stung by Haida Marie's impish words, and yes, afraid to be in such close proximity of yet another godless creature. Up until 2 weeks prior, Henny had not known vampires existed. Now she had learned to fear them. Looking at Haida Marie made Henny's blood run cold, but so too did the memory of what Magdalena had done to those bandits. It was impossible that a human could contend with such strength, but Haida Marie was not human. As a fellow vampire, perhaps she could overwhelm Magdalena. It was worth a try, at least. Anything was, for Mike's sake. Alright, I'm prepared to trust you, Haida Marie. Despite my misgivings, I will leave my mistress's safety in your hands. And what capable hands I have, so fair and slender, like two lovely lilies. Thank you for your vote of confidence, Fraulein. You're most kind. Haida Marie took her ornate skirts in both hands, and dropped a curtsy. I would be more than happy to assist you with your little problem. It's been a while since I went on a hunt, and I've been fitfully bored. Before that, however, I would propose a plan. What sort of plan? Will you not go to rescue Mike? Will you not go to rescue Mike? Oh, right, that was in Henny. Of course, but tonight would be a poor time for it. My services haven't been required in quite some time. I've been spending most of my time sleeping to conserve my energy. I need a few days to rejuvenate. And no small amount of blood. Haida Marie looked at Johann, then grinned unpleasantly, as a gargoyle might. I hope you're prepared. It would be most unfortunate for all of us if you were to collapse upon me. You're concerned about me? How kind of you. That makes it's quite the change from usual. You needn't worry about my resilience, however. I will be quite alright. Ha! That's what I like to hear. You religious men might be boring, but at least you're strong. You're no strangers to suffering, I'll grant you that. Well, damn. The Lord does send us these trials to test us. Johann smiled wryly, while Haida Marie scoffed. Yes, but it won't be your precious Lord who's going to make a meal out of your neck, you dingbat. It can be so cruel sometimes. I used to be crueler. I'm afraid I've lost my edge spending so much time with you. You're a terrible influence. Now, we shall pursue this wicked vampire in 1 week's time upon the night of the full moon. My powers should then be at their peak. None should be able to stop me. They do say that pride comes before a fall, you know. To lesser mortals, perhaps, but not to me. Since when have I ever failed in my duties? I suppose you have a point there. I always do. Smiling smugly, in a manner of all young children and who had successfully managed to outwit an adult, Haida Marie looked back to Henny, one hand resting upon her hip. I shall bid you auf Wiedersehen, And for the moment, Fraulein. The hour is advanced, and while we vampires thrive in the dark, you humans need your rest. Do not be a stranger, though, I beg of you. I will require your services when the appointed day comes, so you can guide me into the woods, to the abode of this vampire. You need me to stick around, then? Isn't that what I just said? Do try to listen. We'll never get anywhere if I am obliged to continuously repeat myself. Worry not, please. I'm sure you must be nervous wandering into the woods so late at night, but you will be quite safe. I'll be with you too to ensure that Haida Marie doesn't get up to any mischief. As if I would, you wound me, Johann. Haida Marie pouted, but it seemed to be put on, too theatrical to be heartfelt. Did Haida Marie even have a heart in her possession tucked away inside her ribcage which continued to beat? Penny wouldn't have been surprised if the ravages of time had turned it to dust. This vampire's abode will most likely be concealed from prying eyes with some sort of glamour. If you're able to bring me to the rough location, however, I should be able to see past all her trifling enchantments. This silly vampire will be in for quite the rude awakening indeed. Oh, I can't wait to see the look of surprise in her face until I slice it off her skull. This is going to be so much fun. Okay, I'm gonna stop right here. Ugh. Yummy! Yeah, it's been 4.5 hours. I think that's long enough. But her voice hurt. But her throat hurt. Okay. I don't have no idea how much longer of this game I have left. But we will continue probably next week. And this also means Carol wins the prediction because they did not kiss the stream. Yay! How do I don't know how I do the prediction. Yes, choose outcome. There we go. Yay! Carol wins! Yay! Carol successfully stole some evasion, guys. Candy hearts. Okay. Let's see, who are we rating? Who are we rating? Who is around? Who is live? Who are we rating? Ah, Snail's it. Oh, Snail's live. We'll raid Snail. Yippee! Okay. There's your raid message. There's that Discord link for anybody who has not joined it yet. And here, did I do this right? Yes. And that's for everything else. Yay! All of the dinks. All of the dinks. Yippee! Okay. Thank you everyone for coming by. And I will see you Friday for more Persona. Yay! Bye-bye.